This is B. Tim, dude. He's a virgin.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy.
Your Honor.
All right. Are we ready to bring the jury in?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Bring the jury in. All right, jury in. Court's now in session. Be seated, please. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, the Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting at Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternate jurors are present for the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
What I'm going to do is just ask you those questions and send you right back out. So, first question, is any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? No. All right. Last question, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? No. All right. Thank you again for following those instructions. And at this time, you may resume your deliberations. Thank you.
Court, all rise. Sure, this way.
Stand up!
Jurors are vested in the court.
All right. Counsel, anything we need to address at this time?
No, thank you.
All right. So we'll be in recess at this time. Thank you.
This court stands in recess.
Never confident.
Kevin, did you get your money back from the prosecutors? The 75 cents?
That comes under you don't talk about hallway conversations with other attorneys, so I don't disclose that.
What do you have to say about this jury? The judge complimented them.
They've been great. They've been amazing.
There's a podium here, Mr. Reddington.
I don't care. I don't do podiums.
Kevin does not do
Mr.
podiums,
Reddington,
everyone.
what will it take for institutions to realize that maternal mental health is a priority and something that needs to be funded and something that needs to be consistently supported for moms around the globe?
Somebody like you to advocate for them.
Yes,
Lindsay
thank you.
Clancy was obviously emotional in court. How's she doing after closing arguments?
She's doing all right. She's nervous. She's scared. Watch out. Watch out. She's but she's strong.
So what's your read of day one deliberation?
You already got me this morning. Leave me alone.
Mr. Reddington, what do you make of prosecutors saying that this topic of maternal mental health is a distraction?
Presented her case. That's it.
I mean, what do you hope you left the jury with today? I mean,
Pardon me?
What do you hope, after hearing everything from you today, that they're left with? What's the message that they're left with?
I think that they have to weigh all of this evidence, and I believe that the government ultimately has not proven their case.
Let him get back to his comments.
Mr. Reddington, I gotta tell you, you are absolutely a rock star. You are an advocate for moms.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We can cut from here. Well, actually, we'll stick up. Hang on. We'll follow him to the car.
All right, Kevin Reddington walking out of the courthouse with the sort of rock star treatment from the media. Let's go back. We've got a better shot.
Very nice person who's very, very beat up.
Kevin, you said you're never comfortable. Why is that?
I don't know what juries are going to do. I mean, I've tried a lot of cases, and I don't know what juries are going to do. I mean, I'm very happy with this jury. They've been very attentive. They've worked hard. They've been involved for a month.
Mr. Reddington, why did you decide to use the photos and the props? Do you think it was effective?
We'll find out, huh?
Thank you all.
You're fighting for women's rights and women's health. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Reddington, what was the bottle on the defense table? Was it pills or mints, people are asking?
Oh, it's just Altoids.
Was it
Any
really?
idea how long this jury is going to take?
Cinnamon Altoids, yeah.
Mr.
They're nice.
Reddington, any idea how long this jury is going to take, you think?
Absolutely not. I would have no way of knowing. A lot of evidence, a lot of time on the case, a lot of exhibits, and they've been very, very attentive and working hard. I don't know.
But Kevin, you were here Monday or no?
Don't know.
And any response to those critics who say your closing wasn't as great as it could have been?
More fun.
Just being honest here, I don't know. Do you have any second thoughts about the closing, or you think you left it all on the table?
Put it this way. I have my fair amount of haters. I'm sure there's people that would like to comment on the fact that I'm arrogant and aggressive and a bully and all the rest of it. And so, did the best I could.
You did great.
Thank you. That was kind of a bogus question.
Well, no, I mean, giving you a shot to defend yourself.
No need to.
I don't have to.
Yeah.
You did great.
Thank you.
Great advocate.
All right.
Have a good night.
We appreciate your hard work. I'm an OG spicy man. I'm the co-founder of women.
All right, Kevin Reddington getting into his Ford Bronco. He'll be back tomorrow, 9 a.m., when the jury is back as they continue to deliberate. Before we catch a break, Vinny Reddington, you've seen him in action over the years. Boy, Philip DeBay earlier put him on the Mount Rushmore of defense attorneys. Your thoughts of his talents and, in this case, his heart for his client? It sure was palpable.
Yeah, it was, but he's been doing this a long time, right? So I was in the courtroom when he was advocating for a man named Mucko McDermott. Mucko McDermott slaughtered, I think it was 11 to 14 of his coworkers in cold blood. He Googled how to fake mental illness, and his defense was the same defense that Lindsay Clancy has. Not postpartum, but lack of criminal responsibility, legal insanity. And Kevin Reddington, in that case where his client literally Googled, and this was before people who Googled realized that we could get that information, despite the fact that he's Googling faking all of it, the jury was still out for days. So at that moment, I was like, this guy's pretty good. This guy's pretty good. And we've seen him, win cases on court TV where someone's charged with murder and they end up with something much less than murder. So I think he gets the accolades that he deserves, but he is he's like the quintessential classic criminal defense attorney, and he's a true believer in what he's doing.
Good morning, my friends. Tiffany, thank you so much for 51 months. Good morning. Vinny is a dork, isn't he, J-Lo? Total goon. Good morning. Can you guys believe we are up this early? Up and at 'em. The clock is ticking. Did I see some West Coasters in here? Y'all, it's 6 a.m. Go back to bed. Go back to bed. Ain't nothing happening right now. Hey, Reebs. Zebco, good to see you. Hey, Cole. Sister Sully. How are you? Oh, my God. You guys are crazy. Julianne, you're at work. Zebco, West Florida here. Same here, babe. It's early, but it's thundering. So you know what that means. When it thunders, what happens? We get doggy cam. We'll just keep her up here. Oh my gosh, it's too early for me. But yeah, I woke up, it's storming. I'm like, oh man, I could just sleep the day away, sleep the morning away. But I got up to come hang out with my favorite folks. Pause out for Bella. The smoke is cleared. That's good. Good morning, Eclectic. We might have intermittent buffering due to the storms. But right now, it looks like all is well for me. Stream health is excellent. Let's do a poll. Let's see what you guys think. When will today, Monday, Tuesday, longer. I'm not going to sit here every day if it goes that long. Hell no. Good morning. Fuzzy lip gloss and slippers. Tintin, welcome. Welcome to the Truth Seekers. It's
fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
It's fuzzy slippers and lip gloss. Not fuzzy lip gloss and slippers. Armenian girl, you and me both. What do you guys want to watch? I figured we could watch some things. Yesterday we revisited Pat's testimony. We didn't watch his cross. Hey, Sarah Lee. Hey, Brendan. My brain is suffering. Pray for a verdict soon. Yeah, same. I'm sure they would love to get this over with, too. Angie has her fuzzy slippers on, but no lip gloss. Just don't wear them to the store, Angie. As a matter of fact, wear them to the store. Who cares? It is early. Glossy slippers and fuzzy lips. Fuzzy buzzy. Fuzzy wuzzy. Let's see what we've got. There ain't much going on. I mean, tons of people, you know, giving their opinions. I think Vinny is a fucking clown. He was on this panel. Look, watch. I've really grown to really not care for him, to be honest with you. I think when he got held back to stay at Court TV, his head tripled in size. White Lotus, good morning. I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, there is Tiffany. There is so much that could be that could happen that it's almost I don't know. I couldn't even guess. But look what he did on this panel. He's just such a goon, dude. Yeah, I used to like him too. Now he just annoys the shit out of me. Can someone explain to me why it's only 3 hours, 44 minutes? Because they've only deliberated 3 hours and 44 minutes yesterday. And now we're picking up today. No, I really can't stand him. I don't know what it is. That podcast he does with those other goons, weird. They're weirdos. Oh, yes. They only count. So when they are sent home for the night, the clock stops. And then when they come back in the morning and the judge says, you're back into deliberations, then the clock starts again. Yeah, why is he getting worse? Like, what's up with him? I think it's cockiness because of the Court TV thing. Like, he's one of the people that were kept. He's just such a, I don't know. Vinny and the tangents. I mean, have you seen that? Who takes these guys seriously?
Another big day in the Lindsay Clancy trial. Another huge day. You've got the experts, the forensic psychologists who. And
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I can't. Especially with all these men sitting here talking about it. No offense to men. I love you. But this is kind of a woman issue in a way. No, it's definitely not just you. Hey, Ryan. I can't promise I'm going to be very, you know, I don't know how much you're going to learn today, but thanks for being here. This gets a little grueling when you're on verdict watch. I honestly don't even like court TV anymore. You like Chris Cuomo? I might buffer. It's pouring. Oh, I can't stand Chris Cuomo. Can you guys hear the thunder? Amen, Charlie. Amen. Well, I appreciate you guys being here. I want you to be entertained, but I don't know. Really, like, from this case, there's not much to play. You know what I'm saying? You know what I thought was interesting was what popped up was one of her hearings where she was in the hospital bed. Do you guys remember that? I remember seeing that for the first time. And I thought, this is the weirdest case. Like, I certainly couldn't watch any of those doctors again. Horrible. Where she's wearing a mask and she's in her bed. It's so sad. Did you guys ever see it? Billy Bush did an interview with attorney Alan Jackson. I don't know where that would be, though. Do you know where that would be? Trying to find that one. Did you guys watch that one of her in the hospital bed? Who is Billy Bush? You heard it when it happened? Were you shook? Were you left shook, like they say? Deke, you remember it? Hey, DJ. Okay, I'll type in Billy Bush. Hold on. I'm going to see if I can find this. This one right here.
Ms. Clancy, on docket 2359CR153, the court has a complaint charging you under 265 section 1, count 1 murder, juvenile 1. Count 2, 265 section 1, murder, juvenile 2. Count 3, 265 15D big A, strangulation or suffocation.
This was February 7th, 2023.
Juvenile 1. Count 4, 265 15D big A, strangulation, suffocation, juvenile 2. Count 5, 265 15D big A, strangulation or suffocation, juvenile 3. Count 6, 265 15A big A, assault and battery, dangerous weapon, 2-wit exercise rope, juvenile 1. Count 7, assault and battery, 265 15A with a dangerous weapon, 2-wit exercise rope, juvenile 2. And count 8, 265 15A, assault and battery, dangerous weapon, exercise rope, to wit juvenile 3. A man with a plea of not guilty will be entered. Please be advised while this case is pending, any violation of state, federal, or local law may result in bail being revoked and be held without bail.
Commonwealth, I'll hear from you first.
Alan Jackson
Thank
interview.
you, Your Honor.
Okay.
The Commonwealth is requesting that the defendant be held without bail based on the facts of the case, the strength of the Commonwealth's case, and the potential penalty. On Friday, January 27, 2023, using an erasable whiteboard because she was still temporarily intubated, one of the first questions that Lindsay Clancy asked was, "Do I need an attorney?" She knew that she had murdered her children, and she had the clarity, focus, and mental acumen to focus on protecting her own rights and interests. The following is a summary of the events that led to the murders of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy. On the morning of Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, the defendant took her 5-year-old daughter Cora to the pediatrician's for an appointment. She interacted with a receptionist, nursing staff, and a doctor. There were apparently no issues with the defendant's demeanor or behavior as she completed the appointment and was allowed to leave with Cora without any issues or concerns. When she returned home, she went outside with Cora and her 3-year-old son Dawson to play in the snow. They built a snowman. The defendant sent photos to her mother and to the defendant, to her husband. She texted with them. Nothing in the text was out of the ordinary or any sign of any distress or trouble. Back inside later that day at 4:02 p.m., the defendant searched on her phone Kids Miralax. She then searched at Takeout 3V via her cell phone at 4:13 p.m. Immediately after doing that, she used Apple Maps on her phone to determine how long it would take someone to drive from her home in Duxbury to 3V Restaurant in Plymouth. So she would know how long someone would be gone if they ran that errand. She next went on the CVS website at 4:47 p.m. and then called CVS on Summer Street in Kingston. She spoke to the manager of CVS and asked if they had the Kids Miralax. The manager told her no, but they had other similar medications. According to the manager of CVS, her voice did not sound slurred or impaired in any way. She had no trouble understanding the defendant, and it was a perfectly normal conversation. At 4:53 p.m., the defendant texted her husband, who was working in his home office in their basement. She texted, "Any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day." This was an unusual request, as when the family ordered takeout, they'd usually go somewhere closer to home, but it was a place that they had been in the past. Patrick Clancy texted back yes, and then the defendant asked him to check the menu. At 5:06 p.m., the husband texted the defendant asking what she was going to get. She responded, "A Mediterranean power bowl." She spelled it correctly, and it was something that was on the menu. He then told her that he wanted the scallop and pork belly risotto. At 5:10 p.m., the defendant called 3V Restaurant to place the order. She got the order correct. She gave the correct name for pickup, Patrick. The hostess who took the call said there was nothing out of the ordinary about this call. She was able to understand the defendant, that her voice was not slurred or impaired in any way. At 5:15 p.m., Patrick Clancy headed out the door to run these errands at the defendant's request. As he left, she texted him Pedialyte liquid stool softener. Surveillance footage shows Mr. Clancy at CVS on Summer Street in Kingston at 5:32 p.m. He goes to the medication aisle, the children's medication aisle. Phone records show that he called the defendant at 5:33 p.m. and she did not answer the phone. She then calls him back at 5:34 p.m. and the call lasted 14 seconds. He's there at the store unsure of which medication to get, and she tells him exactly what she wants. He had no issues communicating with her. It was a completely normal call, although he did mention that she seemed like she was in the middle of something. He is on surveillance footage during this time, exiting that aisle and appeared to be using his phone. He then heads to the register, makes his purchase, and leaves the store at 5:37 p.m. He's next seen on footage at 3V Restaurant at 5:54 p.m. He picks up the food and he's out of there within a minute. When he arrives home, the first thing he noticed was the silence. He did not see or hear the defendant or the children.
The first thing he noticed was silence. I still want to know how those damn plates got on that bag, y'all. Still want to know that.
He actually called her cell phone at 6:09 p.m. looking for them, and she did not answer. He went to their bedroom on the second floor and the door was locked. He was able to open it, and when he looked inside, he saw blood on the floor in front of a full-length mirror and the window open. He immediately runs downstairs and into the backyard, where he finds the defendant laying on the ground. She appeared to have cuts on her wrists and neck, but he stated to 911 that those wounds were no longer bleeding. She was conscious. He called 911. During this time, he asked the defendant, "What did you do?" She responded to him, "I tried to kill myself and jumped out the window." During the 911 call, Patrick can be heard asking the defendant, "Where are the kids?" He later told police that she replied, "In the basement."
Thank you,
Immediately
Pink.
after this happened, she knew what she had done and she knew where the kids were. When EMS arrived, he asked them to stay with her so he could go find his kids. The 911 call kept going. Patrick can be heard on the 911 call entering the home and heading to the basement. At one point, he calls out, "Guys." He can then be heard screaming in agony and shock as he found his children. His screams seem to get louder and more agonized as the time passes. Cora and Callan were on the floor in the den area of the finished basement, which is to the left when you walk down the stairs, while Dawson was alone on the floor in his father's home office, which is to the right when you go down the stairs. Each child still had the exercise band that was used to strangle them tied around their necks when their father found them. Dawson and Callan were face down on the floor. Cora was on her side with her torso turned towards the floor. He removed the bands and begged them to breathe. He continued to scream uncontrollably and screamed for officers to come to the basement. The dispatchers are hearing this and they send help down to the basement, and when they encounter Patrick, he yells out, "She killed the kids." The police rushed the children to ambulances that brought them to the hospital, and unfortunately, Cora and Dawson were declared dead at the hospital. Callan was med-flighted to Boston Children's Hospital. Medical staff was able to restart his pulse, but not his brain activity. He was placed on life support for several days before passing away. The defendant was transported to South Shore Hospital and then to a Boston area hospital where she remains. She sustained several broken bones in her back and her rib cage. The police were able to find several notebooks in the defendant's home pursuant to a search warrant, and also notes on her phone that were similar to journal entries. In the months, weeks, and days preceding January 24th, 2023, the defendant meticulously detailed her daily activities, her children's lives, her mental state, and her medication use. Her writing was clear, precise, and articulate. She never indicated that she was hallucinating, delusional, or had disordered thoughts or speech. In all of her writing, she appears to know who she is, where she is, the date, and with whom she's interacted. She wrote a note on her phone the day before killing the children, stating that she had, quote, "a touch of postpartum anxiety," end quote, around returning to work. She wrote that her psychiatrist had prescribed medication to help her. The defendant was initially diagnosed, according to her husband, with generalized anxiety disorder. She was then evaluated at the Women and Infant Center for Women's Behavioral Health in Providence, Rhode Island on December 20th, 2022. There, after an evaluation, she was told in the presence of her husband that, by psychiatrists, that she did not have postpartum depression and that she had no symptoms of postpartum depression. She wrote in her journal that at times she had suicidal ideation in December of 2022, and she also told her husband that she had suicidal thoughts and on one occasion had thoughts of harming her children. But she did not write or voice those thoughts after a stay at McLean Hospital. When she had those thoughts, she consulted with a psychiatrist and with her husband, and then she committed herself to McLean Hospital on January 1st, 2023. She was discharged by the hospital on January 5th, 2023. And the hospital did not file any paperwork at that time attempting to have her committed as a danger to herself or others. She also kept meticulous and detailed daily medication logs in a diary that she wrote. She detailed that she had difficulties with each of the medications that were prescribed to her. And when she had issues with those medications, she detailed how her doctor had her stop that medication or wean off of it. and then try something else. They were trying different medications to see what would work for her, what would benefit her. According to her husband, she was never on more than 4 to 5 medications at one time, and at the time of the murder, she was taking only 3 medications. And he said to the police that she always took the medications as prescribed. After her stay at McLean, the defendant appeared to be getting better, according to her husband. She slept well, interacted with friends and family. She went out with her kids and husband to places like the Kingsbury Club in Duxbury, the Charlie Horse Restaurant, the Museum of Science in Boston, the Cape Codder down the Cape, interacting with her family and the public without any apparent difficulties. She even stayed alone with the children on several occasions without any issues in January of 2023. Her husband asked her in mid-January, "Are you still having suicidal thoughts?" And she said no. The defendant's parents visited the family the weekend of January 21st, 2023. They interacted with the defendant in person. The defendant was able to run errands while her mom watched the children. She texted back and forth with her mother, and there was nothing out of the ordinary about these text messages. In fact, the defendant texted her mother on January 22nd, 2023 to ask how her ride home went. During this conversation, the defendant's mother wrote, quote, "Enjoyed seeing everyone this weekend. Nice to see you doing better," end quote. On the night of the killings, Patrick Clancy was interviewed by the police at Beth Israel Deaconess Plymouth Hospital. He told the police that the defendant was having one of her best days. She was smiling and happy, and there was no indication that she was going to harm the kids. No one at all described her as acting like a zombie in the days leading up to the murder or on the day of the murders themselves. On February 5th, 2023, this past Sunday at 1:35 p.m., while sitting with Dr. Paul Zeisel, the psychologist hired by defense counsel to evaluate her mental state, the defendant used Dr. Zeisel's cell phone to call her husband. She left a voicemail stating that she loved him. Yesterday, on February 6, 2023, at 10:09 a.m., she again used Dr. Zeisel's cell phone to call her husband. This time he answered, and during this call, the defendant stated that after he left the house that night, she killed the kids because she heard a voice and had, quote, "a moment of psychosis," end quote. He asked her what voices she heard, and she said she heard a man's voice telling her to kill the kids and kill herself because it was her last chance. Patrick Clancy told the police the defendant had never heard voices before. He also told the police the defendant had never used the word psychosis to him before. The first time she used that word psychosis was when she was with the doctor hired by defense counsel and using his cell phone. The defendant actually wrote a note on her phone on October 25th, approximately 3 months before this happened, October 25th, 2022. She wrote, quote, "I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby. And I know that's not fair to them, I know that. I was feeling so depressed last evening when Cora and Dawson came home from school. I know it runs off on them, so we had a pretty rough evening. I want to feel love and connection with all of my kids." She then wrote that she wants to have more kids eventually. The children were killed by ligature strangulation. Ligature strangulation causes the victim to become unconscious anywhere from 10 seconds up to a minute. The more the victim struggles, the longer it takes. After the victim is unconscious, the ligature must be held in place with force, squeezing the neck for up to an additional 4 to 5 minutes to cause death. Therefore, she had to strangle each of them to unconsciousness and then make sure the bands were squeezing their little necks for several minutes. She could have changed her mind at any point during that time and removed those bands from their necks, and she did not. The defendant did not take advantage of the situation when her husband left the home that night. She created the situation, and she used Apple Maps to make sure she would have enough time to strangle each child before her husband returned from where she had sent him. The defendant is a danger to herself and others. She planned these murders, gave herself the time and privacy needed to commit the murders, and then she strangled each child in the place where they should have felt the safest, at home with their mom. She did so with deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity and cruelty. And to supplement what the defense counsel's provided, I have a statement of bail argument to file with the court. And thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Your Honor, my request is that the court not enter what I would suggest is an inhumane order, ordering this woman to be incarcerated. We all know, as people that work in the system, that jails and prisons are woefully deficient in medical care of the most basic type. We all know that this is an individual, as Your Honor knows from Dr. Ricard's letter, who is in dire medical condition. We all know that this woman is, as counsel concedes apparently, a danger to herself. I question whether she would ever make it to a trial. She's suicidal. She's extremely emotional. However, she's unable, and has been unable, to express any happiness or sadness or cry. And in fact, sometime about a month or two ago, she made the comment, "I just wish that I could feel something." Now, our society fails miserably in treating women with postpartum depression or even postpartum psychosis. It's medicate, medicate, medicate. Throw the pills at you and then see how it works. If it doesn't work, increase the dose or decrease the dose. Then end up trying another combination of medications. We're talking a relatively short period of time from when that baby was born in October up until January, when this incident occurred, Your Honor, that she was on such significant dosage of medication. Your Honor knows that Cora was born in 2017. It was a very uneventful, normal pregnancy and delivery. No issues afterwards as far as anxiety. Dawson was born in 2018. Again, it was a normal birth. She had no significant issues as far as anxiety. She did have to have stitches and she was sore, and that was about it. Then, of course, Callan was born. When Callan was born, she ended up becoming depressed, suffered from significant anxiety, as a result of which she consulted with a number of doctors. A number of doctors indicated that she would be able to sleep, she would be able to feel, she would be able to emote once these medications kicked in. And again, as I say, our medical in our society completely abandons women with this condition. It's easy to say, come on, you have a healthy baby, you have a wonderful husband, you're able to take care of your kids in your home, you're lucky. Take the pills, you'll be okay. Well, they put her on a number of medications. They put her on Prozac, which Your Honor is well aware is what's known as SSRI, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. Your Honor knows that along with some of these medications, they have the black box warning from the FDA, may cause suicidal ideation, may cause homicidal ideation. She was on Ativan. She was on Benadryl. And then she ended up being told, okay, because she was complaining about the effects of the Prozac, they said, stop the Prozac, we'll find something else. They put her on Remeron. Then they added on Seroquel. And Your Honor, I attached from David Benjamin, the toxicologist, some papers with the submission, and Your Honor can see the side effects that this Seroquel causes. She was having bad thoughts. She was having worsening depression. Her husband suffered through that phase. Her parents were well aware of the fact that she was suffering from this depression and depressive phase. She wasn't sleeping. She ended up, at some point, Your Honor, December 31st, she was on Seroquel. They told her then the Valium would be stopped. She was a shell of herself, no personality, and went to the doctor again. The doctor again prescribes the Seroquel, and then they took her off the Seroquel. And then she went to the doctor, and at that point, they prescribed trazodone, Ativan, amitriptyline, right up to the very end, when she was so bad that she voluntarily turned herself in, if you will, to the McLean Hospital. We know that that's a psychiatric hospital. She was at the McLean Hospital for a period of about 5 days. While at the McLean Hospital, they basically tried to get her off the Seroquel. She wanted to get off the benzodiazepines. She felt that she was being addicted to the benzodiazepines.
She then ends up on trazodone, Ativan. Her mood was terrible after she got out of McLean Hospital. She still had the suicidal thoughts. As the government has indicated, she even told her husband that she had suicidal thoughts. You think this is something that she's planning to kill these 3 kids by going and getting a menu, going on to Google Maps or whatever it is, and finding out the distance? When she tells her husband she's having suicidal thoughts, probably a month prior, thoughts of hurting her children, they go to the doctor again, and she's on the medications, on and off, on and off. This is a significant issue between the postpartum depression as well as possibility of postpartum psychosis that is pretty much ignored. But nevertheless, with the overlay of the SSRIs and the history, and Your Honor has some emails and things that people would reach out to me from all over the world indicating that their daughter had the same problem, that they had the same problem. Your Honor is well aware that many times when people are on Prozac or on SSRIs, workplace violence, homicides, family homicides. This is clearly a tragic, which is a word that's used too much in the criminal justice system, but this really is a tragedy, this case. So we have, obviously, I would suggest, a very good defense for this young woman. She's 32 years of age, Your Honor. She met her husband. He was the love of her life. They got married. Wonderful young couple, and as counsel noted, she always wanted to have kids, always wanted to have babies. She's a nurse. She went to be a midwife because she wanted to help other women that would be in having babies, but didn't want to have all the medications. She was not a big medication person. Your Honor saw, I think there's probably close to 50 letters that have been submitted to you, and I know you read every one of them. The incredible outpouring of support by other nurses that work at Mass General Hospital. The fact that these women have the vigil, that they write the letters to this court imploring you to understand that you sentence, as far as bail issue, the woman before you, who was a beautiful person, who was thoroughly destroyed by these medications. That's for another day, obviously. A bail issue, bail argument. Your Honor is well aware under Cromwell versus Vasquez at 481 Mass 750, Supreme Judicial Court indicated that this court, or the court, has vested in sound discretion of the bail judge. And the main considerations would be obviously the usual bail considerations: nature and circumstance of the offense, likelihood of success on the defense, roots in the community, and of course, as the in Vasquez case, as well as Cromwell versus Herring, 489 Mass 569, defendant's risk of flight. So now you have a situation, Your Honor, where this woman has incredible support, as you saw, letters from Foxborough that were signed by about 15 women, letters from her family, friends, letters from people she's known since the 6th grade that have stayed in touch with her. One thing that's a theme that is readily apparent is that Lindsay loved her children, that she would always, one of the letters said, she would always rub her belly, rub her belly. She had pictures of her pregnant standing next to Patrick, hanging on the wall. I was in the house. The house is absolutely loaded with indicia of love for those kids. Photographs on the wall, little drawings, all sorts of games, toys, playpens, bassinets in the living room, in the dining room, the kitchen loaded with toys. Virtually the entire house, including their master bedroom. Toys, things for the kids. This is not a situation, Your Honor, that was planned by any means. This is a situation that clearly was a product of mental illness. Now, under the Vasquez case, one of the issues, as I said, is whether or not there's a risk of flight. Now, I did submit to Your Honor a letter that was written by her physician, her attending surgeon, Nakul Rekha. And this doctor was in surgery until 8:30 at night and actually took the time to write this letter for you to review. And I just want to make note that he makes reference to the fact that she is now in her 12th day of hospitalization following admission on January 25 after a 20-foot fall. She suffered, unlike when the government Friday was saying that she can move her legs and she's getting better, she's okay. No, she's not okay at all. He indicates that she suffered several severe spine fractures, including spinal cord transection. You know what that means. At the level of T5, T6. As you know, she had surgery for this from the Orthopedic Spine Surgical Service, who performed a decompression infusion. Unfortunately, she is not expected to recover meaningful function at this point below that level of the spinal cord, which makes her a paraplegic, unable to move her legs or feel sensation from below her, he refers to umbilicus or belly button. He says she has no function below this level. Additionally, less active issues include rib fractures in the chest, both sides cervical spine fractures, necessitate the wearing of a collar around her neck due to the cervical spine fractures. She's paralyzed. The doctor indicates that she needs significant medical treatment. Doctor recommends that she would be discharged to Spalding Rehab. Now, you know that we have Spalding Rehab. You know that we have the Worcester Hospital. This court is vested under Vasquez with your authority to have this woman not held on bail. Perhaps put a GPS on her, I guess, if someone's concerned that she's going to miraculously recover, which isn't going to happen. As your Honor knows, being a paraplegic, paralyzed, she can't move. Can't get off the bed. She can't walk. She can't even go to the bathroom. She has to have 24/7 medical care. Her emotional state is so bad that there is a significant fear of suicide. She has to have someone sit in the room 24/7 to watch her. They don't talk to her. They're not, chatting it up. They just sit there and watch out of that concern that she would commit suicide. So you have a paraplegic who can't walk, who is definitely a danger to herself, and the government wants to put her in where? Framingham State Prison? Plymouth House of Correction? There's no way that any humane person would do that, especially within the structure of our criminal justice system, where a person is presumed innocent. And I'm not suggesting with the facts that the government has read, but she has a good defense. She's got a darn good defense to this case, because that's what happened. And I just want to share with you, Your Honor, one of the things that's interesting. When I was in the House, I came across a drawer that had a bunch of pill bottles in it, and I called the DA and I said, I got these pill bottles, and made arrangements. I'm going to be giving them to them. And it's all the Prozac and the Trazodone and all that stuff. But inside the drawer was this little vase. And I didn't know what it was. It just looked like a little vase to me. And my wife said to me, oh, that looks like a wish vase. I said, what's a wish vase? She said, when people write down little wishes and they put little pieces of paper and they put them inside the vase. And there are literally dozens of these little pieces of paper that talk about Lindsay's wish for happiness and health for her children, that she could get pregnant again, that she would be able to be with her children, little Callan, Dawson, Cora, that they would be happy, healthy, and successful. This is not a woman, Your Honor, that had any reason to harm those innocent children. My request, Your Honor, is that the court would put her on a GPS if you feel that's required, and let the doctors continue to treat her. Let her go to Spalding Rehab. She will sign a waiver that allows probation at any time to speak with her treating physicians or social worker. Find out how she's doing. Does it look as though she's getting close to regaining the ability to walk, which she isn't, but nevertheless, they would be able to do that. And then the government would be notified, and they can come back in here again and try to hold her without bail, and my request would then be...
Court back in session, please be seated.
We return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, can I see you at sidebar?
Okay, here we go. Immediate sidebar. See, I don't know if they keep the clock going while they... Yeah, I guess they do while they have a question. I don't know. Hello, Miss Val. Good to see you, Cape Coral. Hey, Purple Ivy. The jury has a question, guys. Hey, Ostrich, good morning. Why haven't you been able to get on? Good morning, Lisa. The jury has a question, so we're just waiting. Hey, Debbie. You've had really bad headaches. I'm sorry. I hope they've gotten better. It'll be interesting to see what this question is. Court TV's clock is different than ours. Oh my God. Susan Hendricks is on Court TV right now. Oh boy. Theirs is only at 4 hours, 20 minutes. So maybe I should pause mine for a minute and get caught up. 9 women and 3 men. Mm-hmm. Court TV is going hard at Patrick right now in the chat. These chats of these channels are vile. Do you think Patrick will be there for the verdict? Bet you he won't. I guess he's going to have a lot of people to sue if that's what his goal is, right? Oh my God, they're literally saying Patrick child killer over and over, spamming. Law and crime is bad too. Oh, this is law and crime, sorry. This is law and crimes chat. It's bad. Valerie, thank you for the super chat. God bless you too. Thank you, and I hope you feel better. Yeah, I saw an article about that Patrick's like, small or big creator, we don't care. You're not going to defame him. Thank you for your coverage. This has been hard for a lot of us women to watch. We appreciate you. Myocardial Bridget, thank you for your super chat. I appreciate you too. Yeah, I guess if you go in those streams, it's better to just turn off the chat. All right, let me see. Okay, our clocks are pretty much synced up. How about that? And hopefully, like, the question will give us a little bit of an idea of where they're at, what evidence they're reviewing right now. Just really excited to hear their story or their question. Hey, Irony. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Jen. The Jen. I'm just going to call you the Jen. Yeah, please be careful, like, blaming Patrick outright. I mean, it's okay to speculate on things, but that dude's got a lot of money to sue people too. Hey, Purple, what the freak? Yes, call me the Jen. Okay. It just comes out that way. I don't know. It's just natural. Man, this is going to be a long day. It's only 10 o'clock in the morning. What is it on the West Coast? 7? Zebco, yeah, it's a ton. I think they said they had like 300 exhibitees back there with them to go through. And then, sorry, and then they have to they have to decide for each child and fill out a separate slip for each child. Oh, here we go. Oh, maybe not. False alarm. All right, peeps.
Anything else we have to address?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll be in recess on this matter.
Oh, we don't get to hear it?
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
What the fuck? What? We don't get to hear the question? Who answers their question? What just happened? God almighty. Bella. She's like, what? Okay. They must have agreed it won't be public. Isn't that strange? Well, they're trying to protect the integrity of these, deliberations, I would think. With all the media and everything else, maybe they just felt it was better to keep it, under wraps, if you will. Belinda, thank you so much for your generous PayPal. I appreciate that. Belinda Buckner coming in hot.
God bless
What?
America.
Do you think the people in court heard it? Because I can go to X. Who's in there that we can follow on X? Bob Mata? Is Bob Mata tweeting? What is it? Defense Diaries? Bob Mata? There was a question that it was determined the court could not provide an answer for. Huh. Yeah, I'm on Defense Diaries. There was a question that was determined the court could not provide an answer for. What does that mean? Like, what kind of question would that be? See, in that case, we should be able to hear it. If they couldn't provide an answer, why can't we just hear it? Bob Mata's in the courtroom. Yeah, he has been. Him, Lauren Conlon, which I'm going to her page right now to see. Yeah, nothing. It's been an hour. Brian Ensign's there too. Let's go to Brian. 57 minutes ago, just that they started deliberating. Nothing new. Nada. So yesterday, Brian Ensign tweeted, just spoke to Lindsay Clancy's attorney, Kevin Reddington. He said a hung jury would not be good. Said he expects deliberations to take some time because it is a complicated case. What do you guys think of the 9 women, 3 men thing? You think that's good or bad for Lindsay Clancy? All right, I'll keep X open. All right, let's finish watching this hearing and then we'll watch that interview.
Regaining the ability to walk, which she isn't, but nevertheless, they would be able to do that. And then the government would be notified, and they can come back in here again and try to hold her without bail, and my request would then be to Worcester for the emotional and the mental illness aspect. I don't think that it's fair or just or consistent with our duties to each other as human beings to put her in jail. I'm asking that she be allowed to continue with her medical treatment, Your Honor.
Commonwealth.
Your Honor, if I may, I did look into medical treatment if she's held. We were under the impression we had received information before that she could move her legs, but then we learned updated medical information that she, for the time being, is paralyzed from the waist down. If she is held, she could go to the Shattuck Hospital. If Shattuck does not have what she needs, she can be sent to another facility, and the corrections officers would go with her there. Shattuck would actually work with her, the doctors at the hospital she's currently at, to determine the best course of treatment. And if whatever she needs, she's going to get. But as defense counsel said, she is a danger to herself and, from the Commonwealth's perspective, others. And just because she is paralyzed does not mean she's not a flight risk. She will be in a wheelchair eventually, and she can be driven somewhere, she can be flown somewhere. It does not mean that she will never be able to leave this area.
Just would like to say that. Yeah, I'm sorry.
You've got to be kidding me. This lady was making it seem like she could be a flight risk. What is the Shattuck? Is that where she is right now? A flight risk.
Thank you. I have been, unfortunately, in the Shattuck Hospital. To suggest that she can get, quote, what she needs from the Shattuck Hospital is absolutely not true. The care that she's receiving at the hospital she's at now and the care that she would be receiving at the Spalding Rehab are light years ahead of the dismal, dank conditions of the Shattuck Hospital that we put our prisoners in. It's like something out of Iran, and that's not fair or correct.
Thank you both. Both of you, all of you who appear before me that will be litigating this case are all very well respected, and I'm sure at some point in time in Superior Court, this case will be tried in a very professional and very well by both sides. As counsel stated in Commonwealth v. Vasquez, the Supreme Judicial Court addressed the issue of bail in first-degree murder cases, and Justice Lowy issued a detailed decision about the issues in these types of cases. The court found that a defendant charged with first-degree murder has no right to bail, but may be admitted to bail in the discretion of the judge. The court ruled that a judge should consider the nature and circumstances of the offense and weigh the defendant's risk of flight in light of the strength or weaknesses of the Commonwealth's case and the potential penalty of a sentence to life in prison. The court further noted that appropriate considerations for a judge would include the defendant's family ties, financial resources, length of residence in the community, character, mental condition, record of conviction, the appearances at court proceedings, or any previous flight to avoid prosecution or failure to appear at any court proceeding. It is important to note that the purpose of bail is not to impose punishment. The court has conducted a careful review of the details of the case and the defendant's history. The court's reviewed the filings that have been made, as well as letters submitted by counsel for the defendant and the update that was received from her attending trauma surgeon. The factual allegations in this case are both horrific and tragic. The potential penalty faced by the defendant, if convicted, is severe. The defendant has no criminal history. She does not even have a driving record. There is no evidence of any history of any abusive behavior by the defendant. The defendant was raised in New England and has extensive ties to the local area. She has an extremely supportive family. She had worked for several years in a local hospital, and a number of co-workers have written letters in support of the defendant and her character. She's described in these letters as an exemplary worker, colleague, and friend. In the letter submitted by her attending trauma surgeon, she has extensive injuries that will require long-term inpatient rehabilitation. Weighing what the doctor has written and the facts from the defendant's current condition, the court finds that there is minimal risk of flight given the defendant's circumstances. The court is going to make the following order on bail. The defendant shall remain in her current hospital until medically cleared to be moved to a new facility. As a condition of bail, the defendant is ordered not to leave the hospital until discharged to a new facility. The defendant shall provide notice to probation 48 hours in advance of any transfer to a different facility. Based on the letter of the doctor, it would appear likely that she would be sent from the hospital setting to a 24/7 rehabilitation facility, like the Spalding Rehab. As a condition of bail, if sent to a 24/7 rehabilitation facility, she is ordered to remain in that facility, with the exception of if she needed to be transported to a different medical facility or a hospital for an additional MRI or something like that. The defendant shall continue to receive mental health treatment while hospitalized and sign releases for probation to monitor compliance with counseling. In the event that the defendant were to complete services at a 24/7 rehab and complete that care, the court would hold a further hearing as to whether or not the defendant were in need of further mental health treatment that would need to be done in an inpatient setting, or whether or not the defendant's mental health care could be provided in a residential setting. The court would direct court clinician, court doctor, to consult with the defendant's mental health providers to conduct this evaluation at the appropriate time in the future. If the defendant were in a position that she was going to be discharged to a residential setting, both sides would have the opportunity to be heard further. Any discharge in a residential setting, the defendant would be subject to home confinement with appropriate electronic monitoring to monitor home detention. There would be exclusions that would be available if the defendant needed to attend medical or rehabilitation appointments, counseling sessions, or religious worship sessions. The court would have probation visit any proposed residential setting prior to the defendant being discharged to that type of a setting to ensure that such setting was appropriate and safe. The defendant is ordered to surrender her passport to probation. In the event that the defendant does not have a passport, she is prohibited from applying for a passport. The court is not going to set any monetary bail at this time.
Okay, now we're going to turn on this interview, or this, whatever it is. Yeah, that one was sad too, where she was sitting in the chair. Shoot. Hold on. I'm logged in the wrong account. I gotta switch. Oh, man. Okay, this is about 50 minutes. This is Hot Mics with Billy Bush. The prosecution has not met the burden, they say.
Who needs no introduction, reacting to the prosecution close and the defense close today. Big Red and Jennifer Sprague squaring off in Plymouth County. It is the end of the Lindsay Clancy trial. Alan, your first thoughts, and I think you know Kevin a bit. Do you know Jennifer, and are you at all familiar with this judge?
I'm not familiar with the judge, and I don't know either of the prosecutors. I do know Kevin, a very, very talented lawyer, very good lawyer. He's iconic in that area, in the New England area. He's been around for a long time. He's tried some huge cases. He's known to be big and brash and bombastic and extremely intelligent and very, very good in front of a jury. Look, no doubt about it on both sides. It's an extremely emotional case. It is a very, very tough job that the jurors have to deal with, because they're dealing with an issue that most of us have read about sometime. Maybe you've seen a movie about it. Maybe you've read a crime story about it. But most people aren't confronted with this kind of emotion. A mother killing her children and then trying to kill herself. It's a very tough case. I thought Kevin did a masterful job of setting the tone of manipulation. That was his theme. What you heard from the prosecution was a manipulation of the facts, a manipulation of the law, a manipulation of how the witnesses testified, how they took and spun and twisted certain evidence to their benefit in order to make Lindsay look guilty. The realities.
Premeditation. They talked about not only was she premeditated, but she was like, I called it psychotic the other way, like psychotically detailed and premeditated. Which I think that's a. Did they need to go for that big of a bomb right there?
Probably not. I know they feel like they are swimming against the tide. The prosecutors do. They should. If they don't know that, they should know that they're swimming against the tide, because people don't do this. Like the natural instinct of someone listening to this is, if mom kills their 3 toddlers, there's 3 little ones, she's got to be crazy. She's got to be psychotic, because no normal person would do that. And that is absolutely true. I mean, one of the things that struck me about the prosecution's opening salvos was being an apologist for an extraordinarily broken medical psychological system or psychiatric system. It's like the medical industrial complex completely let Lindsay Clancy down. How many more times does she need to beg for help and not get it? How many more times does she need to say to doctor after doctor after doctor, primary care physician after primary care physician, I need help. I don't feel right. Something's not right here. I need help. I'm seeking and I'm searching for help. And their response, by and large, oftentimes was, well, are you psychotic? And if she said, no, I don't think I'm psychotic. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. They'd go, oh, okay. Well, then here's a pill. Go, call me in 6 weeks and let me know how you're feeling. That's not the kind of help that she was seeking or that she needed. So for the prosecution to say, well, their first shot across the bow was the defense wants to just blame it on this medical industrial complex. And that's not on trial here. Yes, it is on trial here. And if you think it's not, then you're missing something about the zeitgeist of this issue, the communal discussion about this issue. Yes, the medical industrial complex, psychiatry, psychology, the help that people desperately need from a mental health standpoint, that is on trial here. And I think Kevin did an outstanding job of putting that on trial here.
What about all the exhibits in there? I mean, Alan, I went through, I want to talk more about Reddington in detail, but the exhibits all over the floor. He's got poster board everywhere. He's got this bedside drawer. He's got bags of pills. I mean, these are all very effective things. He brought quarters out on the table. To Jennifer Sprague's credit, she was removing the quarters one at a time as she made her point. This is a woman with very little personality, but at this moment, that was a spontaneous, because some of this stuff is performative. And then I read the jury who's on there. Can you believe this? I wonder what you would do. From my person inside the court, 4 college-age kids, 1 young pregnant woman, an older woman who's pissed off but clutching her cross, and we heard mortal sin, we heard the Catholic faith and weaponized against Lindsay. I mean, when you're doing your closing, and are you thinking about, oh God, these points belong to this group of people, this point belongs to that person?
100%. Yeah. By the time you get to a closing argument, you've done, look, as a trial lawyer, I feel very strongly that you shouldn't just sit there and stare at the jurors. It's very uncomfortable for them. It's invading their space. It's invading their province. But peripherally and just through almost osmosis, you learn who your jurors are as a trial lawyer over the course of hours and days and weeks, in some cases, months in other cases. The last case I had out on the East Coast was months long, and I knew the jurors. I thought I knew the jurors very, very well. So to your point, yes, if I'm making a point about morality and there's someone that I've seen every single day walk in with a cross and dressed a certain way and maybe carries him or herself with a certain countenance, and I feel like there's a religiosity or a moral fiber or fabric that is built around this person, yeah, I'm going to direct certain comments to that person. If someone's leaning back and crossing their arms, and I've seen them roll their eyes during certain witnesses or things of that nature, and I'm making a point about that witness or the credibility of those witnesses, I will direct my comments directly. I will make eye contact and lock eyes with that witness for that very specific purpose. I might even say something in closing argument. Some of you might not have appreciated certain testimony that came in, but here's the reason why that testimony is credible and why it follows follows our theory. And if you're following the law and following the facts, this needs to be believed. I'll make those points. I'm assuming that Kevin, very, very, very polished, when I say polished, I mean very experienced, very different styles that he and I have, but he's a very experienced trial lawyer, and I'm sure he was directing certain comments to certain jurors to emphasize certain points, because he knows once you take the bit out of the horse's mouth, right, and you unbridle that horse, that jury goes back. You realize there's a loss of control. That jury goes back into a deliberation room, and you've lost all control. You have one last chance to make a point and to try to get a jury or a juror to make your points back in the deliberation room. So I'm sure Kevin was doing that in a very, very effective way.
What, I thought also Jennifer Sprague was better than I thought she'd be. I mean, I thought she was coming out with all kinds of notes.
She was good. No, she was good. She was very prepared. Yeah, she was good.
Very prepared.
And I will say you said this is performative to a certain degree. The courtroom there is a certain amount of theater to a courtroom, every single courtroom. If you're going to do something like theatrical, like set quarters out on the table, you better have your ducks in a row such that someone can't use that against you and pull those quarters off and make their point by using your theater against you. I've done this before where I've walked up to a whiteboard and leave an empty whiteboard and have a big, bold red or black marker and set a marker down right in front of my opponent to say, there's a couple of questions that they can't answer. And if they don't answer it, then that tells you everything you need to know about their case. And I'll set the marker right in front of them. They don't even have to use their paper. They don't have to use their marker. I'll give them the marker and set it down. But when I've done that, I know they can't answer that question, and they'll set it aside.
Reddington should have taken his quarters to quarters with him. But one thing he's definitely more of a personality. He connected with the
for sure
with the jury,
and that's the style. And there's I think it's very thought out in by him. He's going to have all these exhibits. He's not worried about the hyper polish of having something, with square corners. He's going to set a bag of evidence over here, and he's going to grab something off the floor there, and he's going to walk up to the jury and walk back. He's developing a chemistry with that jury as best he can. So he's not just robotically just repeating lines. He's going to try to develop as much chemistry as he can. That's his style. He's very good at it.
What do you think of, I thought his connection also, not just with the jury, very strong, and with the audience. Clearly people out in, social media land love the guy, but he seems to know the judge. I feel like they've, like they used to play like softball together or something. I mean, I'm making that up, but I feel like the judge sort of takes his cues from Big Red. He's kind of like, the judge will be like, we're going to take a recess here. Right? Should we take a recess, Kev? And like he's looking at Reddington and Reddington. Right. Yeah. I mean, I feel like there's a real connection between them.
They're definitely colleagues. They're of the same generation.
They know each other.
I don't know that they know each other. I have no idea, but I would certainly, if Kevin's been around forever, the judge has been around forever, it's almost impossible. And that one thing about the Boston area, the greater Boston area, everybody knows everybody. I mean, it's just unfathomable to me how everybody can know everybody. You walk into a restaurant, even I got to the point where I would rarely go out to a restaurant or something that I didn't see somebody that I even knew. And I've only been there a couple of years. So yeah, I'm sure they are professional colleagues and have an enormous amount of respect for one another.
What are the possible options here? We don't know the jurors. I read a little bit about them, but we've heard the closing. We've on both sides. If you had to call it.
Oh, I don't think that 12 people are going to find Lindsay Clancy guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If I had to handicap this, I don't see it happening. I don't think that the evidence is there for the prosecution. They did, as you indicated, the prosecutor did a yeoman's job. She did a very workmanlike job of presenting her closing argument, saving the most emotional portion of it for very, very, very last. The part where she described the ligatures around the children's necks, et cetera, et cetera. But she also basically was spending most of her time excusing away the rampant failures of the medical industry, how the medical.
She was blaming Lindsay for the drugs. In fact, she was like, "Oh, right." I mean, I think I wrote
as if she's supposed to know what she's taking, what she's not taking. She's also not supposed to be just based on self-reporting. You can't prescribe medication, and you can't engage in robust and thorough medical care when it comes to mental health issues. Like she said, you can't see a mental health issue. It's not like a cut that you can suture. You have to dig in deep and just allowing Lindsay to sort of self-report and then turning around and blaming Lindsay when she says, no, I wasn't being completely honest about this, or I omitted that, or I didn't want Patrick to even know that I was on Prozac back in the day. All of those things are indicative of someone who is sliding down the scale of mental health disease, of being in the clutches of a serious mental health devolvement, an issue that is devolving daily, weekly, yearly, to the point that it got to the point that she was hearing things, feeling things that she could no longer control. And to that point, the prosecution made this big deal of talking about the voices, or the voice, that, well, the voice said different things, and the voice said this, and the voice said that, almost as if there's a speaker on your shoulder and you turn the volume up and down and the voice is speaking into your ear. That's not how internal mechanisms work when you quote unquote hear voices. That's not what is meant by that. You don't necessarily hear a specific voice with a tone and a tenor talking to you. It's a thought. It's something that's happening inside your head. It's a thought, it's a feeling, it's overwhelming you if you are in the clutches of a psychotic episode or suffering from psychosis. But it's not like, okay, well, the voice on day one said, kill your kids and then kill yourself. And on day two, the voice said, you need to kill yourself, but you need to kill your kids first. It doesn't work. You can't attack that by saying, well, the voice said two different things, so you can't believe that there was ever a voice in the first place. It is an overwhelming thought. It's a feeling. It's a sense that you get, and there's no speaker in your head that's turned on with a male voice or a female voice necessarily, or a child's voice or an adult's voice. It's a feeling and a thought, and we lack as human beings the ability to put a word to that. So what we end up doing is calling it a voice. It's a voice that told me to do something. It's an overwhelming impulse that comes from a psychotic episode or psychosis that you're in the clutches of. And that impulse cannot be controlled because it is a mental illness. And you cannot, under the law, you cannot be held responsible for your conduct if you are operating under the influence of a mental health disease that is controlling you rather than you controlling it.
Well, you said...
Well, certainly he makes it sound very cut and dry, doesn't he? Thank you for your super chat, Flo. I appreciate you. She says, never be embarrassed about mental health. It's chemical, not your character.
It's going to be hard for 12 people. The idea that 12 people are going to come together and think that she premeditatedly did this. She knew what she was doing.
I don't think they will. I don't think they will.
Will
Is
12
one
people
person
come
on the
together?
jury who can hang it and say, yeah, I think she's guilty because the children, it's just too emotional for me. I can't vote that she's not responsible. She's not criminally liable. Maybe there's a juror who will say that. I don't think that there's 12 who are going to say that.
Is there 12 the other way?
Yeah, I think there are. I think there's a good chance that that Lindsay Clancy will be determined to not be to lack the mental the mens rea to have premeditated the death of those children.
Okay. God, it's just
we'll see. I don't know, and I don't know how quick the verdict's going to be either. It's an emotional case. It's a big case. These jurors tend to take every case very seriously. They will absolutely take this case very, very, very seriously. I expect that they'll go through a lot of the evidence. They'll probably ask for readback here or there from this expert or that expert. It was very expert driven, the entire trial. So my sense is it's not going to be a super quick verdict. But my gut reaction, if I had to handicap this, is the prosecution has not met their burden. Not even close. It's even if
thumbnail, Harry.
What's that?
I said I'm speaking like inside baseball. I said, "There's your thumbnail, Harry." Talking to Harry, my producer, I said, "Alan Jackson makes the call. Prosecution has not met, in your opinion, it's just an opinion, but has not met the burden. It's a big burden. It's a
It
big
is.
burden in this case. You know, I was talking to Dr. Drew yesterday, and I was just like, my feeling is she's in jail. I mean, if this jury sits there and goes, absolutely, we're all better off if we send Lindsay Clancy to jail for first-degree murder. We're all better. I got a feeling, you know, what they're seeing is a massive breakdown in the psychiatric field, in the medical field, and in our whole system, and our lack of primary care, and just the confusion and the prescriptions and all this crap. It's scary because they're all thinking, geez, that could be my kid. That could be me. Like, and nobody knows, you know, their ass from their face on this thing. So what's really on trial to me is the system, is the medical, you know, complex here.
The medical complex, exactly. That's exactly right.
On trial. So
It
if
has
you
to be
just
on
send
trial.
her to jail, you're punting on that type of a referendum.
And it's happened too often. The justice system is very poorly equipped to handle mental health issues. It just is. There's just no two ways about it. I've been in the justice system for over 30 years, and it's just a very, very, it's a very foreign thing to the justice system. The justice system looks at conduct. You either did something and that's against the law, or you didn't do something and that's against the law. That is binary. This kind of case tests the justice system and stretches it to its breaking point, because you cannot say, look, Kevin Reddington took a position very early on by pleading the case this way, conceding that she killed those 3 kids. But that is only the beginning of the inquiry. That is not the end of the inquiry. The prosecution sees this like to a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Well, okay, well, she killed the kids, so she's got to go to jail. That is not the end of the inquiry. Like you said, Billy, very articulately, the system, the medical industrial complex is on trial because how much more, based on the evidence that I heard, how much more was Lindsay expected to do to cry out for help? It wasn't just to cry out for help, like to her husband or to her best friend or in a journal. She went to the medical professionals and she said, I need to check myself in. No, turned away. I need to come in. I cannot be trusted with myself. No, go away. And then this happens, this tragedy happens. And the prosecution comes back and says, well, last time I checked, she killed the kids. But that's not the real inquiry. The inquiry is,
That's one of the most frustrating things to me, is the fact that she went to all these places. You know, like the women and infants one bothers me, I think, the most. Wasn't the women and infants where they said she was over medicated for their program? For the day program? And another question that I had about that is, what if she did get accepted to that program? It was a day program in Rhode Island. How was she going to get there every day? How far away was that? They didn't say she was too medicated? I thought it was because, I thought I heard it was because she was too medicated, but then I thought I heard that because she didn't have a plan. But if she did get accepted to it and he went skiing, it was just a day program. So was she going to like stay in a hotel? Like, how was that going to work? Yeah, I heard that too, but I think that might have come from the prosecution. But I believe during testimony we heard it was because the lack of a plan. I don't know, Haley. They said it was an adverse reaction. Oh, it's only an hour away? But who was going to drive her? I mean, she had to drive herself to the ER. Who was going to drive her an hour away? The lack of plan was when she called the hotline. My daughter worked for a suicide hotline, and they are instructed to ask certain questions to kind of triage. Like, for example, this is pretty crazy, but my daughter worked for a suicide hotline, and when she was working there, she got a call of someone who was literally standing on a bridge at that moment, wanting to end their life, and she talked them literally off the bridge. So I think they are trained to ask certain questions and then gauge it by the severity, right? Because some people are calling as this is my last phone call type thing. So it can be pretty intense. If you think about it, you know. Yeah, it was pretty intense. But she's very sensitive, so it was like she had to quit doing that because the stuff stuck with her, you know. Oh, we could do that, Nicole. If this goes into Monday, maybe if the Jen isn't doing anything, I can go live on like StreamYards and we can talk. Discuss. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, the suicide hotline thing, I can't really hold it against those people because, like I said, there are people that are calling that are actively trying to take their lives, you know. I'm sure they did what was appropriate for the, you know what I mean? For the call. If she said she's having these, I'm sure they said, you know, contact your provider, da 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 da. I don't know. I don't think it's their fault. She is going to be 26 in October. And she did that when she was like 23, 22. She quickly decided that it was too heavy for her, though. Wow, Angie B. Angie B said, I saved 2 people from jumping from a bridge when I worked at 911. It wasn't easy. It took hours, 2 separate occasions. Yeah, I mean, she really had to talk to this person and, like, tell them that there was reasons to live and everything else, so. Oh, to be 26 again. I know, right? I feel like I was just 26 myself. Anyways, back to the interview. Whoops. Sorry. We're only halfway through it.
Did she understand the character and quality of her conduct in the moment that she took those kids' lives? And I don't believe that
I don't think the
prosecution has proved it.
No,
Well-
they had a hard time even broaching it.
The only problem I have about, God, I can't with this guy's mouth. His lips are so dry. The only problem I have with this is when she killed them. Didn't she say go be with God or go to heaven or something like that? She is a really sweet girl. She's just very sensitive. Oh, my heart's in Mississippi. I'm sorry you deal with that. Yeah, send me an email. Here, I'll give you my email. If you shoot me an email, go with God. Yeah. Do you think that that means she was aware of what she was doing? I mean, she was aware she was killing them. She knew they were going to God. That was a great idea, Nicole. So what do you think of that? I mean, that comes from her account. Do we think that Lindsay did something to the cameras that day? Hey, Danish. But then again, you have to be able to take her word. She thought she was protecting them. She didn't want to be without them. And the plan was to take herself out. She didn't want to be without them, so she took them out first. It's so sick. It's just so sick. I just wonder, not about her being mentally ill, right? But was she aware of what she was doing? You know? We don't know, Haley. They never looked into it. She could be aware of what she was doing, but not knowing it was wrong. Oh, man, Mississippi, that's rough. It's happened to a lot of people, though. All right, let's keep listening.
Right. It seems. We're looking at a picture of Reddington here as the, I'll put it up there, but he looks like he's taking a nap. No, he's back. He might be. I don't know what's going on with Big Red right there, but the judge is still kind of giving his take.
He did look like he was sleeping.
You know, it's sort of fascinating. But anyway, I don't think anyone knows this, or they do, but not enough people know. Wasn't Reddington involved in the Karen Reed trial? Didn't he?
Yeah. We're not necessarily adverse to each other than he represented a witness in the Karen Reed trial.
And McCabe.
Jennifer McCabe. Yeah.
He represented McCabe. So what happened, as soon as this thing broke down, she called him, and the battle with for him was over McCabe's phone.
There was subpoenas and things of that nature. Right.
Yeah. You had to subpoena him. So, I can't imagine that he was passionately involved, but again, in Boston, everybody knows everybody. So Jennifer McCabe calls him. He had to protect the phone, which of course had the Haas long to die in cold. Boy, Reddington's been all over the town, but you had to, but that was a quick thing. You had to get the phone subpoenaed, and Reddington had to try and, keep it out of.
Did you know there's people on X that say that Lindsay manipulated Red?
The situation, but that was over very quickly, huh?
Yeah, pretty quickly. That was not a lengthy battle at all. He came in to protect her interests in terms of fighting a subpoena that we had submitted to try to get her actual phone and get her extraction, et cetera. So it was not a lengthy battle, but it was for what it was hard fought.
Is it?
But we've never, Kevin and I have never, he's always been a gentleman to me and very nice. When I've seen him, we're very civil to one another. We don't know each other very well, but I know him by reputation, and he's got a good one.
Here, look at Diana on the screen here. Mr. Jackson, I was crying seeing your Karen Reed closing. It was brilliant. No question about that. I was bawling when all of you walked out onto the stairs, and the hugging and the family and
Did you guys cry at the Karen Reed trial? I didn't watch it, so is that really a thing? Y'all were all crying? Is this true? What the fuck? What were you guys crying about? What's up, Ange Carter? What? J ? What? What's wrong, Ange Carter? You okay?
And seeing that beautiful Bill Reed, father of Karen, geez, what a sweet guy. Text me stuff.
Yeah, that was that seeing Karen and Bill together was one of the most it is tattooed in my mind. I'll never forget the visual of looking over my shoulder, turning around and watching a dad hug his daughter for the first time, knowing that she has beaten this thing, that the false allegations were finally.
I didn't say that. Someone on X, Lily in London, is convinced that Lindsay manipulated Red.
Finally over.
Oh my God, Alan, what is this woman doing right here? She's shaking a box.
Christ Almighty! This is she's picking the alternates. She's figuring out which jurors are actually in Massachusetts. To me, it's very foreign because in California, we do it a very different way. We know who the 12 jurors are that we're talking to throughout the entire trial. And we might have 5 alternates. I don't know. There might be 17 jurors on the panel, but 5 of them are alternates. And we know who the alternates are from the beginning. So we also, conversely, we know who the jurors are who are going to be deliberating. In Massachusetts, they might pick 17 people. And you have no idea who the jurors are going to be until right now that the clerk is naming the names of the people who are not going. She's going to pick 5 names. If there's 17, she's going to pick 5 names. And those people are told for the first time, you're not deliberating. They're alternates. So it's a giant letdown for them.
Oh my God, they've been living in they've been living in a Best Western for 3 weeks.
Yeah. No, it's
and that's
brutal.
now you don't even matter.
Billy, I don't know. I could not endorse this type of system. To me, it's just too brutal for the jurors. The jurors should know the position that they're taking.
Listen, they're all welcome here to come and finish the job right here with me.
Yeah. So right now there are a number of jurors who are sitting here going, "Oh my God, are you kidding me? I've sat through this whole thing, and now I don't get to deliberate."
It's unbelievable.
But
So he's, I don't know, who knows
what is this guy talking about? They haven't been in a Best Western. Aren't they going home every night? They've been in a Best Western for 3 weeks. This is why I don't watch shit like this.
Billy Sullivan is doing. I do love the name Billy Sullivan. It's a real Boston guy.
Doesn't get any better than that. Kevin Reddington, Billy Sullivan. Are you kidding? They almost have to be friends. How could they not be friends? If they weren't friends before, they got to be friends now.
Yeah. I want to let the chat ask a few questions here. It's a beautiful thing. The internet has many positives and negatives. One of the positives is, access for a minute to one of the great, defense attorneys. Oh, there goes Harry.
Can I please? May I? I mean, listen, we know.
Just don't fanboy too much, Harry. I've got it reflects on me.
All right, I think I've had enough. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be crabby. I am a little crabby, but I'm all set on that. Bunch of fucking men who think they're important. I'm good. Will the jurors do interviews? I don't know. Oh, Trump is talking to the space station. Let's tune in. Breaking news. Dun, 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 dun.
Which is essential because humans are critical to maintain and upgrade.
Wait, look. We're going back, guys. We're going back, peeps. Shit. Lord have mercy. Look. The music. Did you guys know that yesterday? Ow, I just burnt myself on my flat iron. Did you guys know that yesterday that China hacked NASA? And now here we are today. I don't know, just a change of pace, dude. Here we go. We're going back to the moon. So dramatic. Can we put Trump in it?
Please welcome the Associate Administrator for NASA's Human Spaceflight Mission Directorate, Dr. Lori Glaze.
Look at the space suits over there.
Good morning, everyone. Wow, it is just an incredible privilege to be here as the President awards our Artemis II crew with such a prestigious distinction. And it's so wonderful to see.
Did he already call them? It says Trump honors Artemis II crew and calls International Space Station. Let's see.
And there go the first series of parachutes. And we're on drogues. Back on Earth.
Okay, so they play a video. Let's see.
That's the great state of Texas.
Oh, God. Not Ted Cruz. No.
Will
No.
on the moon. Grid.
No.
Deliver Orion and the Heidi and equip us to send humans on long-duration missions to the moon and Mars.
Mars.
As President Trump recognizes the Artemis II crew, I want those of you who were part of this mission to know that it is your dedication, your passion, and your drive that helped make all of this possible. The Artemis II took on the risk on behalf of humanity to help set our accomplishments at the moon in motion. And their achievements are possible only because of the unwavering commitment.
Oh, wait, here we go. She's done. Let's see what's up next. Here we go. What are we doing? It's all serious. Dude. What are they doing? Let's go. All right, we are at real time. I suppose we're waiting for the president. Okay, let me turn that down. It says he's going to call the International Space Station from Houston. It's getting real intense. This is quite the production, isn't it? I can't with this spaceship all bolted together. Oh, the cameras are moving. Will he be on a landline? I don't know. Who wishes anybody dead? True crime and other stuff. We just said we wanted to put him in a spaceship and send him to Mars. Don't even say that kind of stuff in the chat. That's the kind of stuff that'll get the feds on us. No, this isn't AI. There's people there. Brownies did? Wait, what? I lost my coffee cup. How can... I don't know, Jay, if I'm the caliber of person you want on your panel, if I can't even trust it with my own cup. Hey, it's still early. The Jen. Hey, Remy. Welcome. We are about to learn how we're gonna go to the moon again. As Americans, you know, we got to do everything first. If we don't do it first, you know, yesterday, China hacked NASA, the Senate, the Department of Treasury, etc. Morning, I haven't heard that a juror is pregnant. Is that Patrick Clancy right there in the American flag? Who is that? Is that Patrick Clancy? Looks like his hair. China. They got to come out today now and be like, we're doing it all. It doesn't matter that they hacked us. Ignore that happened. We're doing big things. I got up way too early. Do you know, I have a confession. I only got 3 hours of sleep last night. I cannot go to sleep the past few nights. Well, as a woman? Oh, maybe that was Billy Bush then. Maybe that was Billy Bush sitting there. Oh, look we're getting a close-up view of all of the duct tape and bolts. Why do they have a Blue Origin rocket sitting there? That's Bezos. Uh-oh. What's going on? What is Bezos doing? Sarah Lee, I was up till 4, dude. Ugh. Telling you that YouTube Streets, he stayed live late. And let me tell you, that was an interesting show last night. Interesting show last night. I mean, who would think this thing would even get through the atmosphere? Come on. You get up at 4? Katy Perry. Oh, one juror is pregnant? Wow.
We choose to go to the moon.
Oh, here we go. Oh, the music.
We look back at the Apollo missions and all of the scientific data that were obtained during those missions.
There is pouring soil. Hey, it is!
We learned so much, not only about the moon, but also about the Earth and the entire solar system.
We've only barely scratched the surface in terms of the amount of area we've explored on the moon.
We leave as we came, and God willing, as we shall return.
Wouldn't surprise me, Sparky. Nothing with the Trump
always been a frontier nation.
Admin.
Now we must
Surprises
embrace the next frontier. I am asking Congress to fully fund the Artemis program to ensure that the next man and the first woman on the moon will be American astronauts, using this as a launching pad to ensure that America is the first nation to plant its flag on Mars.
A beautiful day to be an American, man.
Represents the future in space. It is our next big step, and it is time to take it.
By unlocking the mysteries of the universe, we unlock truths within ourselves.
And they just
At this time,
turn
we
it
invite
off.
you to rise if you are able, and veterans and active duty military may render a salute as we honor America, our national anthem.
This is great.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free
and
the home
Lance.
What?
America.
From low Earth orbit to the moon and beyond, these explorers represent the United States' future into the cosmos. Please welcome your NASA Astronaut Corps.
Yeah, we're at the Super Bowl. The music. I literally can't. Y'all. This is like a movie. The guitar.
Lance. I'm America.
Oh, hold on. Snazzy said Kevin Reddington just walked out of the courtroom and told a few of us what the jury had to see. Asked to see 2 bags of pill bottles and the knife. These were the pills found in the kitchen and the bedroom. But they said they couldn't answer the question? That doesn't seem to make sense. That doesn't seem like a question. They should have all those exhibits, right?
Our return to the moon will be different than the last time. Our return to the moon will be different than the last.
The Space Launch System
What is this?
Counting down to liftoff of Orion on its maiden voyage to the moon. And here we go. Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
We are all part of something incredibly special, the first launch of Artemis.
The twins. Yeah, they're sending the twins.
This view of Earth from a human-rated spacecraft not seen since 1972 during the final Apollo missions.
Mississippi.
Distant retrograde orbit. We're going to be about 38,000 miles away from the lunar surface. We're going beyond anywhere we ever went for Apollo. The Orion spacecraft is barreling its way back home after circumnavigating the moon and beyond in an elliptical distant retrograde orbit.
That's weird. They have to ask for the evidence.
Splashdown. Orion, back on Earth.
Are these guys all actors, y'all? What do you think? PSYOP? Is NASA a big PSYOP? Tinfoil hat moment?
Our next guest is one of only 12 humans to have ever walked on the surface of the moon.
Oh, here we
Please
go.
welcome Apollo 17 astronaut, lunar module pilot, and former United States Senator, Dr. Harrison Schmitt.
Does he need a step stool? Lord have mercy. He does.
I'm not as tall as I used to be. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and privilege for me and my wife Teresa to be with you for this extraordinary event. The honor of the Artemis II crew. I have a bit of a tradition, which I'm going to take advantage of, that whenever I have a chance to make a presentation, I toss a few soft lunar balls out into the audience.
Lunar balls?
Hello, get it. There you go.
What the heck?
We're going to need some training out there. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great honor.
He just starts chucking them, no warning.
To be with you today. The Artemis II crew has just done an outstanding job of beginning the process that we went through almost 60 years ago now in order to land on the moon and go further than that. As did those before us in the Apollo program and subsequently. We just rode the tip of the spear that was held by hundreds of thousands of Americans and indeed by their families. They jointly made Apollo 17 the most productive lunar exploration mission that we have ever had, soon to be surpassed, right guys? Soon to be surpassed by Artemis.
Come on, everybody, get hyped up.
Now, I'd like to have those of you in the audience to raise their hands, and that should be just about everybody, who's either themselves or their families participated in Apollo. And that doesn't include the taxpayers, of course. It really was a remarkable time. Apollo 17 success, as the success of all the other missions, was owed to the patriotic dedication, the courage, the competence of young men and women, who designed and built and managed and trained and planned each of the Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo missions. It was an extraordinary privilege for me to be part of that, almost through most of Apollo, certainly the latter portions of it. Now, I'm often asked what it was like to stand on the moon for the first time, and what caught my attention was this valley we landed in. And I only hope that the astronauts behind me will soon surpass the view that I had of a valley deeper than the Grand Canyon. The mountains on the north went 5,000 feet plus above us, above the floor. The mountain on the south, the so-called South Massif, was 7,000 feet plus above the valley floor. And these mountains were brilliantly illuminated by a sun as bright as any New Mexico, Texas, or Arizona sun that you can imagine. But they were set against a blacker than black sky. Just an unbelievable view. And you assimilate all of this while you remember that everything you're doing is costing the taxpayer $1 million a minute. And that was in those year dollars. You can do the math. Right, Senator?
Okay.
The Earth that you have a view of, and have seen several on these magnificent videos that have been prepared. The Earth is, when you're in the valley of Taurus Littrow, is hanging over that South Massif that I mentioned. And of course, every once in a while you have a chance to glance up and look at home. It's only 250,000 miles away. What the heck? But you know that there are thousands of people taking care of you. So you don't worry. I didn't worry about that.
You didn't worry?
Just no thought at all about worrying about any risk or anything like that might exist.
No worries?
You try not to do stupid things, but nevertheless, no worry.
Come on.
The kids particularly ask me what walking around in 1/6 gravity is like. Well, if you've ever been on a trampoline, it's like walking on an infinite trampoline, one that never ends. And I've been blessed in my life, and one of the blessings was to spend time in Norway as a Fulbright student. And I learned to cross-country ski while I was there. And that turned out to be a great technique, folks, for walking on the moon. If you want to go any distance or any rate, just practice your cross-country skiing. Now, the temperature that we were dealing with varied.
This is to convince everybody that they did
about
it.
300 to 400 degrees, depending Fahrenheit or centigrade or Fahrenheit, depending on how you do it. And, of course, anything the sun was illuminating in the absence of any atmosphere got very hot, including your suit. Now, we had great cooling. We had water-cooled underwear, by the way, in case you've forgotten.
Wait, what? You had
and
what?
anything that's in the shade gets very cold. Now, we had great cooling. We had water-cooled underwear, by the way, in case you've forgotten.
Okay.
And anything that's in the shade gets very cold. It's exposed to 4 degrees Kelvin, which is the space temperature. And maybe increasingly through my activities, continued activities as a researcher, you're sampling evidence of creation. That's what exploration of the moon and of the Earth, and eventually of the rest of the solar system is all about. We are sampling creation. God is on our side, folks. In this infinitely complex
Cindy, stop.
freedom into the solar system, and I'm absolutely convinced he wants us to go.
These nuts.
Now, he's also on our side as well as the infinitely equally complex challenge we have in the preservation of freedom here on this planet. And I'm sure Artemis will continue to do what is required and will make God proud of these critical endeavors. And I want to, in advance of his appearance, thank President Trump for the fantastic support that he has given to space exploration and settlement. God bless the United States of America. And it is now my pleasure to introduce Colonel Matt Anderson, the Deputy Administrator of NASA. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, they could play like Ground Control to Major Tom or something. What's DT, Mallory? Why are you puking? What's wrong? Oh, Donald. Well, I mean, like him or not, he's our government. It is exciting, but I guess you can thank which president was it that took away funding for NASA? Was it Obama? They stopped doing launches, and that generation didn't see it, so they're not interested. We're interested because we saw it from a young age. How about it? How about it, Drew Carey?
Friends of NASA here this morning and a bunch of patriots as well. Thank you all for coming. Director Kratsios, Director Vogt, Director Hassett, Special Assistant Donahoe, Assistant Secretary Coleman, Deputy Secretary Danley, Chairman Cruz, Chairman Babin, Representative Elzy, Lieutenant Governor Patrick, Dr. Bonin, Representative Paul, Ambassador Fertitta, and Dr. Pyrebuff. Our astronauts, distinguished guests, welcome to Johnson Space Center. What a morning. As the chairman said, it's a good day to be in the great state of Texas. Yeah, let's do it. For more than 60 years, this center has served as the heart of human spaceflight. The patriots who work here keep America first in space. And I'd like to start by giving them, and frankly, all of our NASA rock stars around the world, a warm round of applause if you join me. Just up the road here at Mission Control, Capcom Charlie Duke was the first to hear Neil Armstrong tell the world that he had taken one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. And in that same room, we heard Apollo 17 Commander Gene Cernan, the last man on the moon, for now, challenge future generations to forge our destiny of tomorrow with peace and hope for all mankind. But long before the brave American moonwalkers of Apollo changed the world, they took their first steps here in the Space Vehicle Mock-Up Facility. They then handed the baton to the Space Shuttle crews, who pioneered our presence in low Earth orbit and helped build the International Space Station. Earlier this year, the Artemis II crew added their names to that history. They carried humanity around the world, around the moon for the first time in more than 50 years, demonstrated that America is ready to return and pave the way for those who will follow. In this mock-up of the Orion spacecraft, Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy spent countless hours learning how to live and work inside a spacecraft roughly the size of 2 minivans. Because when you are that far from home, you don't get the luxury to call time out. You rely on your preparation, your crew, and your training. That is what human spaceflight demands. Years of training, sacrifice, trust in your crew, trust in the spacecraft, trust in the team behind you, and ultimately the courage to strap into a rocket, leave this planet behind, and carry out the mission. It's the same courage and dedication we are calling on every astronaut to bring to the missions ahead, because we need it now more than ever. The second space race has begun, and right now America is on a shot clock. Our national security, the prestige of our nation, and the dreams of millions of Americans are riding on our ability to get the job done. This is an extraordinary responsibility, but it's also an opportunity. The next generation is watching. They're going to remember the men and women who return America to the moon, build an enduring presence, and open the door to Mars. But none of this would be possible without strong leadership from the top. President Trump ignited the golden age of exploration and discovery. He gave us the vision. His Working Families Tax Cut Act gave us the resources. And the Artemis II crew took the first steps. For their courage and service, today the President will present this crew with the Congressional Space Medal of Honor. But before I bring them out, we'd like to give you a recap of what it took to earn this honor.
Here we go.
This mission is an opportunity for our generation. It's about human history. It's the story of humanity.
Artemis II is the opening act. We're going to send them farther into space than any humans have gone before.
The question isn't go or not go. It's are you going to lead or are you going to follow?
We are going for our families.
We are going for our teammates.
We are going for all humanity. The Artemis II crew is go for launch. Full send.
Let's go.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Our greatest chapters are yet to be written. Go Artemis II!
This is a test flight, and so every single system aboard Orion is getting tested by humans for the first time.
Our science team helped us out with a couple of craters on the moon that have not been previously named. A number of years ago, we started this journey in our close-knit astronaut family, and we lost a loved one. There's a feature in a really neat place on the moon, and we would like to call it Carol.
We do not leave Earth. We choose it. We will always choose each other.
We love you from the moon. Absolutely unbelievable. We just went sci-fi. It just looks unreal.
If you can't take love to the stars, then what are we doing? That's why we send humans, is that we can share that experience.
Kathy Moonjoy.
We caught a view of Earth, and now we're completely distracted for a little bit.
We look like we're smiling at you, like a little Cheshire cat.
We all just had that weird vibe of backing up, and we were getting sad.
Oh, we feel it too, but we'll be happy to have you back.
And there go the first series of parachutes. And we're on drogues. Main chute deployed. Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time. A new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete.
Welcome home.
Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
We took your hearts with us, and your hearts lifted our hearts.
The golden age of exploration has begun, and we are just getting started.
America, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to bring to the stage Mission Commander Reed Wiseman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Cook, and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen. Give it up for your crew of Artemis II.
Christina. Maybe they'll talk about the problems with the toilet.
The moon, to me, it's the thing that connects me together with all the other humans in my life. I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night and just looking out at the moon in whatever phase it was in, and I was thinking, man, my friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon and I'd be halfway around the planet, I would think, man, my brother can see that moon where he is, and he's halfway around the planet from where I am. To me, it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon, and it's always changing. The moon is never the same 2 days in a row. I love that. My name is Reed Wiseman. I'm the commander of NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. I grew up in a little town just north of Baltimore, Maryland, about 20 miles north of the city. There was a National Guard base nearby my house, and there were A-10 aircraft that would fly over every now and then. I just would look up at them and be like, man, I want to be up there. I want to go do that. And then my brother went to the Naval Academy, and I would go every year and watch the Blue Angels fly during commencement. And that just started to grow and grow and grow. For a while, I wanted to join the Air Force, and then I realized Navy flies as well, and they fly from ships in the middle of the ocean. And that was it, like, done deal for me. That is exactly what I wanted to do for my career. Flying is freedom to me, especially when you're in a jet aircraft coming off of an aircraft carrier in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Nearest land is over 1,500 miles away. So when you come off of that aircraft carrier, you are truly just alone with yourself out there. It is a magical experience to be out there all by yourself in an aircraft over the Pacific. It's free. I think anybody who accomplishes something that they set their mind out to, there's no one thing that does it for them. It's a combination of everything. I mean, the way my parents raised me, the way my brother and I, the way our relationship developed over time, my friends, being in the marching band, going to college, setting my own course, learning how to live on my own, being mentored along the way, being, kept on the path to success, but being given the freedom to, make excursions and fail every now and then and regroup and carry on. I think all those things come together in the end to get you where you are. I've had to overcome, I'm a human being. I've had to overcome a lot of fears. I'm pretty scared of heights. I joked about that on the International Space Station, but it turns out I'm only scared like at the edge of a building. When you're up on the International Space Station, even though you're 250 miles up, I never had that feeling of falling or that I was, at risk up there. I just kind of loved the feeling of floating and looking down at Earth. There have been challenges all throughout my life. By far, the biggest challenge was losing my wife in 2020 to cancer and now raising two daughters who are grown up now, but that's been the biggest challenge by far I've ever had to face. It is not easy. Being an only parent, trying to work a full-time job, and raising two kids is something that I think about every single day. I'm very proud of the work I've done. I haven't always done it well, but I've always shown up and tried as hard as I possibly can.
I do wonder what it's going to be like when we are really far from Earth and can see it. The sensation of being so far away from everything that you know. I had that sensation on the space station the first time I got to sit in the cupola for a really long time. So I can only imagine what that's going to be like from 200,000 plus miles away. My name is Victor Glover, and I'm the pilot for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I was in 4th grade, I was 10 years old. And that's when the Challenger accident happened. And it helped me understand how the general public felt about the astronaut corps, right? Like, these are the people that we want to be. And that just gave me an easy thing to strive toward. The biggest fear that I've had to overcome in my life is doubting myself. Going to college when no one in my family had gone to college was a huge risk. I had more confidence in my athletic ability than in my academic abilities. I could play football with those college students that I saw on TV, but my classmates that I saw in the lab and around the University Union, I didn't know if I had what they had. I think addressing that self-doubt was a part of, swinging for the fence and trying to go get an engineering degree, not just go to college, but get an engineering degree and then go do something challenging and technical like flying. Apollo is known for sending humans to the moon. Artemis has an opportunity to continue the Apollo story, but I actually think it's important for this story to stand on its own. Artemis is a new program, and we're trying to do new things. And it's great to compare and contrast. When you look at our spaceship, you can see parts that were designed, built, and integrated in another country. When you look at our crew, you see that our crew is international. There are also men and women. And I just think that comparing and contrasting makes the story even richer. The piloting role specifically, I will have an hour and a half or so where I get to fly the spacecraft by hand. We haven't flown that many spaceships. And so the ability to fly one actually in space on a test mission is just...
Do you guys really think that the jury is going to come back today? I'm sorry, that's boring. I'll turn it back on when they get past these stories. It's repetitive. What do you guys think? Do you guys honestly think that they will come back with a verdict today? I don't think they will. And it bums me out, but I really don't. So they wanted to see the pills and the knife, and they were told no? Hey, Illuminated. It's 11:42 a.m. And we have no idea if the judge is going to be like, okay, it's 4 o'clock, you guys. We're going to call it a day. We'll see you Monday. or will they stay into the evening? Hey, Tits. I mean, I wish that they would, but Enton, the earliest you think is Monday? You know he's going to call it early because it's Friday. Ugh. I've seen judges, though, like, let them go into the evening. I don't know if they do that there. But in certain trials, I've seen, like, the judge bring dinner in and shit. I mean, these jurors don't want to have to keep coming back and coming back. Sure, they're ready to be done with it as well. I don't know, Ange. I thought that the jury had access to all the evidence. Hey, Audra. You say not guilty? Hey, Jay Mortiz. Welcome in. Yeah, I'd be a little taken aback that I couldn't see the evidence. Seriously, Jen? They want to close and lock the doors at closing time? We're going to go to Brian Ensign. A short on YouTube, I hope, because that's where I'm going. Autumn, there was, yeah. They wanted to see the bags of meds and the knife, and they were told no. Here we go.
Watch here in Massachusetts for the Lindsay Clancy trial. One interesting thing today, the jury has asked to see pill bottles and the knife that Lindsay Clancy used. We didn't really know what was going on. They called the attorneys back into the courtroom. They didn't call the jury back in, but they called the attorneys back in. They went to a sidebar, talked in private, and then everybody left. But Kevin Reddington told Lauren Conlon that that the jury asked to see the knife and asked to see some pill bottles. So that's kind of the development from today. They started deliberating again around 9 a.m. They deliberated roughly 4 hours yesterday. So
yeah, but he's not saying that they didn't get to see it.
It's unclear how
so
long.
So where are we getting that from?
This is going to go. Will they deliberate into the weekend? A lot of people have been asking me that. I don't know. Some places I've covered trials, they will work into the weekend. Other places, they'll take the weekend off. Sometimes they leave it up to the jury, so we should find out today. But keeping an eye on everything, and really a verdict to come.
He didn't say anything about them saying no. Let's go to X. Okay, so Bob Mata says it's bullshit. They are handling jury questions at the sidebar. That's it. 37 minutes ago, but it doesn't say. It doesn't say anything about them not allowing them. Where did we get that from? Hey, Danish, thank you for your super chat. Fell asleep to the Eclipse Live, woke up with a 120-pound dog on top of me. Well, good morning. Okay, hang on. Here's Nick's sorter.
Knife that was reportedly used.
Hold on.
Back, we told you earlier this hour in the Lindsay Clancy trial that the jury had a question for the judge. They passed him a note. We have just found out what the contents of that note was. The jury is asking to see a couple pieces of evidence, including 2 bags of pills and the knife that was reportedly used in Lindsay Clancy's suicide attempt. We're going to send it out to Josh Ritter outside of that courthouse right now. Josh, we were wondering what was in that note. We've just found out. Give us your reaction.
Yeah, this is a tough one. So obviously, you know, the idea that they want to see physical exhibits is not something that's extraordinary. Usually they do. They've seen them in court. Maybe they want to actually put their eyes on them themselves. What they're asking for is more interesting here, particularly the knife. What they could possibly be curious about regarding that knife. We know the knife obviously was only used in the suicide attempt. Is beyond me, quite honestly. But it is interesting. They're at least focusing their attention, it sounds like, for the time being, on her suicide. Now, is that trying to determine if it was legitimate, if they want to see maybe the sharpness of the knife might indicate to them why her wounds, as according to the prosecution, appeared to be more superficial than legitimate attempts? I don't know. That's the only thing, as I'm trying to search my own mind right now, having heard this information, what it could be.
What's it like for the lawyers during jury deliberation? It's a lot of hurry up and wait.
It's a lot of hurry up and wait, and it's a lot of mental gymnastics trying to do exactly what we're doing, figuring out what are the jurors concerned with. I mean, the thing that you do as soon as you're done with closing arguments is you start to wonder, what should you have talked about more? Where didn't you spend enough time? And then you start to get the questions and you wonder, did I miss that point? Was I not clear on a certain aspect? A question like this in particular, I think, is a great example of that, of how you might be saying to yourself, what in the world would they be concerned with in actually wanting to see the knife or the pills? And you're putting yourself into knots trying to figure out where are they going, what point are they struggling with.
Thanks,
but I
Becky.
will say this, nothing about this, at least, as I'm thinking about it right now, gives me an indication as to which way they would be leaning.
We're getting notes from our team inside the courtroom that the judge's clerk was seen holding those plastic bags of the pill bottles, so it would look like they are about to show him a couple of those exhibits. Josh, I think you make a good point on the knife there. The only reason the knife is in this case is it's what Lindsay Clancy used to slash her wrists and her throat, and I think you're posing a good question. Perhaps the jurors are wondering, how serious of a suicide attempt was this? Maybe they want to see, was there serrated edges, something like that. I know it's hard to speculate and get the minds of this jury, but is that, you think that's maybe a possibility here?
The prosecution confronted this during their closing arguments, because early on, you may remember, even in opening statements, they made it sound like their position was that she was not legitimately trying to take her life. And the defense, Kevin Reddington, really waded into that, saying, how dare they make that accusation? The woman slit her wrist, she slit her throat, she took pills, she tried to jump out the window, and they're trying to tell you that she wasn't trying to take her life. And the prosecution, I think, was very clever in the way that they talked about this. They said it's not that she wasn't trying to take her life, but there was something, obviously, some sort of internal battle that prevented her from doing what was entirely necessarily to complete that awful task. And they pointed to the idea that the way she slit her wrists did not open up a vein. The way that she cut her throat didn't even require stitches. And that, again, brings me to the only reason why you would take a look at the knife.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Do you think that they want to compare pictures of her injuries to the knife? What could they be contemplating? Like he said. I mean, obviously she wanted to kill herself, right? She supposedly crushed pills, put them in a cup, cut herself, and then jumped out a window. Let's see what else we've got. Oh, here, listen.
911 call. Because when Patrick Clancy arrived at the house, found his wife outside, had jumped from the window, and then found the kids inside, there was this awful 911 call that has not been played publicly. But you have heard the call. You are one of the few people who has heard the call. What did it sound like?
Yeah, I mean, as you say, that call won't be released. The live stream was shut off at that moment, so only people who were inside the courtroom heard that. And it was one of the worst, the worst thing I've ever heard. It was the screams coming out of Patrick were just unearthly and guttural and unlike anything I've ever heard, really. And, you know, I think it's important to note that, you know, the beginning, as you say, that he found Lindsay and he was panicked. You could hear the panic in his voice, but he was still very coherent. And he was able to talk to the dispatcher about getting emergency responders there. He was able to reassure Lindsay. And then when emergency responders arrived, he was heard saying, "I'm just going to go check on the kids." And obviously he had no idea what had happened at that point. You could hear him running down the stairs and then just these unearthly screams. And yeah, and then he was unable to speak. His words were indiscernible until he screamed out, "She killed the kids." Oh my gosh. And I mean, the whole courtroom was just torn apart by it. You know, it was jury members were crying, Lindsay's parents were crying, members of the media, the public. Lindsay herself hunched over the defense table, quietly sobbing, but then when the judge immediately called a recess, the second that stopped playing, he cleared the courtroom and she broke down in loud, uncontrollable sobs. I mean, it was very distressing to everyone.
Look at that chubby baby. And look how happy she is with him. Look how cute. Look how big his freaking thighs. Oh my God, look at his arms. He's like a little Michelin man. God, those babies were precious. Hey, Vogue. I only had 3 hours of sleep last night. Message Discord if there's a verdict. I have stuff to do for a wedding on the river tomorrow. Okay, no problem, Flo. We'll let you know. We shall tag. I know. Look at that sweet baby. Oh, she's so tragic. So tragic. Me too, Belinda. It's really sad. Oh. All right, let's see what else. Oh, God. Okay, let's listen to this. She does not.
Doubt, but beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Like Lindsay.
This prosecutor, Sprague, laid out in excruciating detail in the opening statement exactly the plan to kill her children. And it started around 4 p.m. that afternoon when she began searching online for Miralax, even calling a CVS to make sure that they had it so her husband would go there and get it and not disturb her. She went on Apple Maps and made sure of the time it would take him to go get pickup. And then as he was leaving, she goes, "Oh, yeah, by the way, can you pick up Miralax?" She had been planning it online for over an hour. and then acted like it was an afterthought. She had to, under the timeline, stand over Cora, Dawson, Callan's bodies, their limp bodies, for 1 to 2 minutes as she strangled each one after an hour and a half of planning. That morning, she went to a doctor, a pediatrician, Cora's pediatrician, and was perfectly normal.
Why'd they block the baby's face, Nancy? See, people on X are just, look at, there's AI videos. What the fuck? Wow. This is terrible. Holy shit. Dude. That is called Kelly KK, all parody creator. She thinks that's funny, I guess. A parody.
To be a firefighter. Callan never got the chance to dream. Who knows what future he would have dreamed for himself. She killed them, and she left them there on the floor with the bands around their necks. She didn't bring them up to their beds and put them with their favorite stuffed animal and cover them up gently and lovingly, leaving them peacefully there. No. She left them discarded on the basement floor like broken toys because she was done playing the game.
That part right there, I was like, ugh. Broken toys? Oh my God. Listen to Vinny. I can't. Watch.
And that section you head to on the right, is that the pediatric medication section?
Yeah.
Okay.
Vinny in his gamer chair.
You can hold it there for 1 second. As you look at this video, if you look in the bottom corner, bottom left-hand corner, there's a timestamp there. Now, not all timestamps are accurate, right? This timestamp is what, 5:33, I believe, if I can see it. But it's clearly, okay, so there's a timestamp of when he's at CVS.
Dude, he's just...
In putting together a timeline, timestamps are important. Let's continue.
Of course they should have
And while you're
tested
in
the
that
residue.
section, looking for the medication, do you do something?
I called Lindsay
And why did you call Lindsay?
because what we were looking for wasn't there. The shelves were pretty empty. It was still during COVID.
It was, I'm sorry, what?
It was during COVID, so
Okay, so, and was that call at about approximately 5:33 p.m.?
yeah.
Okay. And then, did she answer the call?
Yes.
Thanks, Charlie.
She answered when you called her?
Actually, I think she didn't at first. She called back.
Okay. And did you receive a call back from her about a minute later at 5:34 p.m.?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And can you describe that phone call for us?
It was very brief. I just said, I think there was a generic brand, and I said, is this one okay? And she said, yeah, that's fine.
And what was her demeanor during the call?
She was pretty quiet. It sounded like she was busy. I remember hanging up thinking she's probably in the middle of giving baths or something like that.
So it sounded to you like she was in the middle of something?
Yeah.
I can't with him. Vinny. Let's see what this lady says. Dr. Leslie, you guys know her?
Also said she took their lives because they were the only protective
Oh my
factor
God.
getting in the way of her ending her own life. I'm Dr. Leslie, forensic psychology, and I actually do criminal responsibility evaluations.
I'm good. Here's the knife. Let's take a look. You like her? I'm just very, very leery after Dr. John, listening to people who say they do, criminal psychology and have done this, that, and the other. I'm very leery of YouTube in general and what people say they are and have done. Yeah, it's a huge knife, right? But they wanted to see this. Were there any fingerprints on the knife? I mean, the knife is set down. Whoever set it there. You can see a line right here. This is what I noticed. Was that the edge of that knife hit right here and then was set down. See that line? So was it picked up and then put back down again? Yeah, I didn't hear about any fingerprints on the knife either. Penny says the blood on that knife didn't come from superficial cuts. There's a lot of blood in there. And then there's the bag. These are so blurry. But there's the bag, one of the bag of pills. So there's 2 bags of pills. And then the knife that they wanted to see. They didn't test anything. I mean, they didn't even test the residue in this cup to see what it was. So I don't have a whole lot of faith that they tested anything and everything. You know what I mean? I just can't imagine not testing the residue in that cup. That's wild to me. And then the fact that that was supposedly lemonade, the cup was pretty much empty. And there was no lemonade in the house. And they said they didn't typically have lemonade. Where'd the lemonade come from then? Lindsay said it was from the night before. I want to know. Yeah, not checking the drawer. The drawer is huge. A bunch of empty pill bottles in the drawer, but you have full ones in Patrick's truck. And Red found the empty pill bottles in the drawer 2 days later when he went in the house with Patrick. I mean, isn't that the first thing you do is look in that drawer? It's partially open. It's not even closed all the way. Hey, 2 old crows. I'm sick of these botched investigations we hear about all the time now. I mean, that's an obvious thing you would fucking open. He said he was going to dispose of them, but, quote, never got around to it. Okay, hold on. This is newer.
For the judge, they passed him a note. We have just found out what the contents of that note was. The jury is asking to see a couple pieces of evidence, including 2 bags of pills and the knife that was reportedly used in Lindsay Clancy's suicide attempt. Welcome back. We told you earlier that.
Never mind. Oh my God. John DePietro. Lindsay Clancy trial. Conspiracy new wife was involved. Wow. I can see that guy getting sued. What's this?
After I heard the scream, I saw older male gentleman, now knowing it was Patrick Clancy, unwrapping something from a child's head.
And when you saw the male unwrapping something, can you demonstrate the motion that they were doing?
Yeah, the child was on the ground. The head was towards the window, so the head was towards the back of the house, and he picked the child up, and he was in a circular motion, taking something off the head, around the neck. After I heard the scream, I saw older male gentleman, now knowing it was Patrick Clancy, unwrapping something from a child's head.
And
yeah, I did, Otto. I showed it. It was funny. Called him a weasel. Hundreds of women showed up to support a mother on trial. Oh, people are mad about it. People are also upset that she didn't ask if the children were safe.
Of Patrick and Lindsay Clancy, and where the murders occurred January of 2023. And
here, let's go back. This is Laura Engel.
All right, guys, I am driving you by 47 Summer Street. This is the former home of Patrick and Lindsay Clancy, and where the murders occurred January of 2023.
No, she could talk.
Jurors had a chance.
She asked about Patrick, so people are upset she didn't ask about the children.
To come here, and they had a field trip to this location to see the house. And I just wanted to kind of show you around the neighborhood and what they saw. It is a darling area of Massachusetts, and of course, just such an incredibly sad situation to think about what happened here on this street to those children on that day that Lindsay Clancy sent her husband out to go to CVS and pick up some takeout.
And here we are outside of the courthouse, first full day of jury deliberations, that these jurors, 9 women, 3 men, will
I still can't believe that the former DA bought this house.
All right, guys, I am driving you by 47 Summer Street. This is the former home of...
So when we watched the trial and they showed the crime scene picture, her car was parked here. He pulled his truck here and literally had to walk in and said he didn't notice if her car was there or not. Remember? Yeah, the former DA purchased this house.
Patrick and Lindsay Clancy, and where the murders occurred January of 2023. And jurors had a chance to come here, and they had a field trip to this.
But I don't think the DA, he wasn't going to let them in the house, but the judge ordered him to. Is that how I understand the jury field trip, how that went?
Clancy trial. The descriptions, truly bone-chilling, and the physical evidence shown to jurors, simply put, devastating.
Why did they give her a mic like that? To sound like an old mic.
And then Callan's pajamas.
That's terrible audio.
Doing this work pro bono.
So, generally, answer 10 questions and that's it. What's up?
Hey, Kevin, some people are speculating online that Dr. Avram Mack either was resigned from his position or was fired. Do you know anything about that? Thanks.
I never saw this. Ooh, he drops breadcrumbs, huh? Mac was fired or resigned? Oh, did you guys hear that? Bing bong. Listen.
So, generally, answer 10 questions and that's it. What's up?
Hey, Kevin, some people are speculating online that Dr. Avram Mack either was resigned from his position or was fired. Do you know anything about that? Thanks.
That smile says it all, does it not? He gone. He's removed from the website. Wow. That face says a thousand words. Bye-bye, mac and cheese. And he handles this media all alone, guys. Like, he has no one keeping the media back. He walks through them all by himself like a boss. Well, judging by his face, Jammers, it looks like he gone.
Fired. Do you know anything about that?
He's loving every minute of it.
Thanks.
He said thanks.
Okay.
Has she been talking with her family daily?
I don't know if they call, if they visit with her. I know they visit with her on a regular basis, but it's tough now because of the trial, you know. All right, watch your back. All right, guys. Thank you.
You never know what he's going to drop, huh? Here's a better picture of the knife. It's a little darker, but I feel like it's a better picture. And there she is with all those bottles. Oh, Avram Mack was a student at Dalton School while Jeffrey Epstein was a teacher in the 70s. Imagine that. Mack's website was pulled down. Paul, thank you for being here always. I'm just checking out what we missed on X. I haven't really been on X a lot. Haven't really had a lot of time. Oh, here's Lily. Okay, so the jury had a question. The judge decided to discuss it only at a sidebar, but allegedly it had something to do with the bag of medications. Like, what does that even mean, girl? go to Lauren, see what she's doing. 6 minutes ago, this person goes, I just read an article about Mac being fired. Don't know any truths. Could they strike him if he was fired? I don't know. But no, she hasn't posted anything either. An hour ago. She's getting the scoop, though, you guys. All right, let's go back here and see what's going down. Let's go back live with NASA. Let's refresh. They're just standing there? Hold on. Oh, Lord. What is this all about, man? Why is it buffering? Two old crows. They're glitching bad. Oh, they just cut the audio? Trump late per usual. I was getting shot at. Ange Carter, me either. Can you imagine the guys over there in those space suits? They can't even move. I'm kidding. I'm getting a little loopy. It is only 12:20. I've had 3 hours of sleep. Welcome in. Hit the like button if you haven't yet. At NASA, they're talking about the next moon landing, girl. They keep buffering, though. Amaka. So, Trump is giving awards to the Artemis astronauts, and then I don't know what else. I think he's just honoring them. Hitchcock theories on The Voice. Sorry. Hey, boo. Hey, boo-boo. Sarah Lee, oh my God. I can't. You're too funny, girl. The anticipation is building. Cheech, I didn't even try to go to sleep till 4. I was an idiot last night, and I'm extremely tired. Extremely tired. I honestly can't stand jury watch.
Biddy bop.
Especially this music. It's going to put me to sleep. Me too, Autumn. Biddy bop. NASA is glitching out on us over here. Me too, Danish. Me too, girl. At least we're in this together. We've been in this for 20... What is this, day 23? I do need a nap. But what if a verdict comes in? Why is it buffering? This music is the pits. I agree. I think they're going to run out of music soon. What if I fall asleep and then a verdict comes in? Well, at least you guys would hear it. You wouldn't miss it. Hey, Kalina. Your name is so beautiful. My God. How are you today? We are on Verdict Watch with Lindsay Clancy, and we're watching NASA. Chad Daybell, yeah, that was super quick, wasn't it? They already knew.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman.
It's not even the president yet?
Welcome to Johnson Space Center. I am grateful to serve under a president with the vision and determination to ensure American leadership across the great frontier of space. A president with the foresight to see the diplomatic potential and give us the Artemis Accords. We now have 70 nations that have signed. The 71st will sign on Monday. The foresight to see the national security implications and give us the United States Space Force. The foresight to see the scientific, the economic, the inspirational potential and give us Artemis and Moonbase. President Trump knows great nations do great things, and he has given NASA the mandate and the resources to undertake the big, bold endeavors and achieve them. I am so grateful also to Chairman Cruz, Chairman Babin, Director Hassett, Director Kratsios, Director Pulte, and so many others that are also here from Congress.
He's got big ears,
and the flexibility to enable the world's greatest space agency to compete
Dumbo
in
called.
this
It
very
wants its
real
ears
second
back.
space race. To the Artemis crew, too, you stand here incredibly deserving of this recognition. Thank you for showing us the moon again, for showing the world your humanity, and for passing your knowledge and the baton to the astronauts who will follow in your very accomplished footsteps. There are no finer humans we could have sent as our ambassadors to the stars. To the NASA workforce representing the absolute best talent across the United States of America, alongside our industry and international partners, you showed the world that when we commit to these hard, these consequential endeavors, there is nothing we are not capable of achieving. And as we take this moment to reflect on what we have accomplished, let us look to where we go from here. Next year, we will launch Artemis 3, and what we learn from that mission will enable the grand return in 2028 when Artemis 4 brings American astronauts back to the surface of the moon. In parallel, we will launch our robotic landers, our rovers, and begin establishing that enduring presence on the lunar surface, the moon base, because this time we are going back to stay. We are not slowing down, Mr. President. This is an energized NASA, determined to do extraordinary things in and out of the atmosphere. We are rebuilding the X-plane fleet, launching more missions of science and discovery in the years ahead. And, sir, in late 2028, SR-1 Freedom will launch, and America will finally get underway on nuclear power in space. And at that moment, we will be one step closer to that next giant leap you called for during your inauguration speech when American astronauts plant the stars and stripes on Mars. Along the way, we will pursue the secrets of the universe, unlock the economic potential of space, ensure our national security in the ultimate high ground, and inspire the next generation to carry the fire of exploration even further. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here with your Artemis II heroes. This is your National Aeronautics and Space Administration. This is your president, the President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
What's his song? God.
An American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand.
MAGA, MAGA, MAGA.
Still today.
I don't want to get dinged. I'll turn it back on when the song's over. God. He is nauseating anymore, isn't he? And the main star of the stage is your president. No, he is not sped up. This is live. It's so weird how they play this and just have him stand there. He stands there all awkward. Watch. Here, I'll make it bigger. It's so awkward. Watch. I've never seen them make him stand there this long. I mean, the whole freaking thing. It's such manipulation, dude. It's still playing. God bless. What? America. Very corny. It's still playing. Oh, shoot. They couldn't just fade out? Like, come on. Jesus.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Jared. He's unbelievable. That man is unbelievable. I want to thank you to the to the men and women of one of the most legendary landmarks anywhere in the world, the Johnson Space Center. Very special place. It's an honor to be here. And it's a place that is a monument to grit and determination and pure American excellence, and produced some of the greatest achievements in human history. And I have no doubt that under this great administrator and all of you people, you're going to have no question it's going to go further than it ever has. I really believe that. Or I made a big mistake in getting it going again because I had to get it going. It was a little bit not going too well. You know that better than I do. We gather here on these historic grounds, though, to celebrate the immense courage and service.
Release the Epstein files.
Space heroes whose sense of daring and adventure led them further from Earth than anyone has ever traveled before. Incredible. That was an incredible evening. For us, it was evening. A lot of different times all over the world. But for me, it was evening, and everybody stopped. I was at a very important meeting with the biggest people in the country, maybe some of the biggest people in the world, and somebody said, "I'd like to watch Artemis." I said, "You would, really? Right in the middle of our meeting, you want to watch?" And we actually had a television pulled up, and
oh my God,
everybody was spellbound. Somehow, maybe it's Jared, but somehow that just caught the imagination, and we watched every minute of it. In fact, the meeting was a disaster, because after that was over, they were so excited, nobody did anything. So it was a total waste of time, but what can I tell you? But it really brought spirit. There is a spirit that we didn't see in this space so much, and now you've really brought it back. And today we're proudly awarding the Congressional Space Medal of Honor to the remarkable crew of Artemis II. Please join me in congratulating Commander Reed Weissman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Cook, and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen. Great people. Thank you. Congratulations. Then I'm going to be presenting them a little something in a couple of minutes. But these astronauts did not do it alone. I want to salute all of the engineers and scientists, launch and landing specialists, everyone at NASA who helped make this mission a great success. I had an uncle who was a great scientist, a great man. He was at MIT for 41 years, Dr. John Trump, and he loved space. He used to tell me about space. He would throw in the word nuclear every once in a while. But he loved space. We have genetically we sort of, I believe in that stuff. I love it. I find it so interesting, so amazing. It's very special. Thanks to also Associate Administrator, Chief Engineer, Amit Shathriya, and it's Artemis II Lead Flight Director, Jeff Radigan, Artemis II Landing and Recovery Director, Lily Villarreal, and thanks as well to friends of NASA. We have Senator Ted Cruz. Where's Ted? Are you here, Ted? Look at this guy. Stand up, Ted. He is a good man. We've had good moments and bad moments together. And I will tell you, he's good and he's smart and he loves what he's doing right here. This is something special, right, Ted? Also, another great warrior and friend of mine, Brian Babin, representative, congressman, does a fantastic job. Thank you, Brian. And Jake Elzy. Jake, thank you. What a group, political, so I won't, but I will tell you, from 2015, everyone thinks I ran in I actually announced in 2015, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick called up. He said, I want to be the chairman of your campaign in Texas, and you've never left, right? And we won it in record votes. Nobody came close.
Always about him.
And I just want to thank you for that. You were a fantastic chairman. We didn't even have to speak too much. It was sort of...
Okay.
And that's what we have to do in a
cool
little while.
We're here for the astronauts,
so
not
important.
you.
Texas Controller Don
Sorry.
Huffines. Congratulations, Don. That was a great win you had. Congratulations. We watched that very closely. Great job. And of course, we're honored to be joined by amazing members of the NASA Astronaut Corps, past and present. They are amazing.
He's always got to make
indeed,
everything
and
about
thank you
him.
for all you do and risking your lives to advance our voyage into the heavens. It's where you go to the heavens. And I understand this weekend that NASA has a very big launch coming up, the Roman Space Telescope. I was asking Jared, is that a big one? He said, it's really big. So I hope everyone that's watching, look at all the
it's really
media
big
back there, all the press. I hope you're going to inform people because it's hundreds of times more powerful than Hubble, and it will help unlock the secrets of the universe. So to everyone involved here at NASA, good luck this weekend. It's a big deal. And I was given a little briefing. I said, I want to know about this if it's so big. And it really is something hundreds of times more powerful than Hubble. No. From the very beginning, America has always been a frontier nation, and space is the highest of all the frontiers. Our manifest destiny is to explore and settle this great unknown, carry forward the light of American liberty into the stars. And Americans were the first in flight, the first in the moon, and will be the first in space no matter where it is. And I know we're going to be
see you later,
looking
Valerie.
at Mars
Good to
very
see you
shortly.
today.
In fact, you're already partially there. A lot of work's been done, and that seems to be the next frontier. You'll be stopping on the moon, and you're going to be going to Mars. What excitement. What excitement. Yet when I took office in 2017, America's endeavors in space had come to a complete halt. It was held back by decades of gross mismanagement in Washington. You had Peter, well, maybe they didn't like it. Maybe they didn't like the concept. I don't know, but it was certainly not anything. It was very embarrassing, actually, what had happened. Not only had the United States lost its ability to send our astronauts to the moon, but under a number of administrations, I have to tell you, but in particular the Obama administration, we even lost our ability to send astronauts into orbit at all. We had no ability in space whatsoever. We totally lost it with everything we spent, with all of the talent and all of the genius and all of the money. We had nothing. And when I got here, I came here, I went to Florida, I visited a couple of the places. I wanted to see what was going on. NASA was closed, absolutely closed. There was almost nobody there. It was like an empty building, not a good look. And I went down, I looked at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. In particular, I saw something that you rarely see. They had grass growing out of the cracks in the runway. You had a runway that was all broken up. It was all bad. I know all about that from being very good at construction. You had the cracks in the runway. We had grass growing out of the cracks. It's almost hard to do. And I said, boy, this is sad. It was
what
very
is he
sad.
talking
That's where we
about?
started. Yet, as the world can see today under the Trump administration, we have brought back America's space program and came out of the dark age, and it's now into the golden age. This is the golden age of America, and this is a big part of it. So to every astronaut here today, I want to make this promise to you. Our nation will conquer, and we will conquer indeed, this vast frontier that we have before us, and we'll reach American courage, and we'll use American genius and daring and all of the things that we have that nobody else can ever compete with. We will explore it, we will tame it, and we will win it. We will always win. In 2016, the United States of America and our government, private sector launched just 22 rockets.
Peach Junction said a spokesperson for the hospital network confirmed on August 28th, 2026, that Avram Mack is no longer with the organization after his testimony in the Clancy case. His profile was wiped from their website. He gone.
Exploration and human space flight. In my first term, I signed the orders creating the Artemis program and officially directed NASA to return American astronauts to the moon and then push onward to Mars. And that's exactly what we're doing. And we had a little interlude of 4 years, but somehow it was limping along. It was okay. It was limping along. And now I'm back. And we're doing more than limping. We don't limp.
You're
8
limp.
years later, these dreams are really coming through at a level that nobody ever imagined. Nobody imagined what is happening now. And even more importantly, what space has done for our military in terms of offensive and defensive capability is incredible. Don't forget, I was the one that gave you Space Force, and we had no Space Force. And when people heard about it, they thought we were kidding. If they thought it was like comic book stuff, it wasn't at all. It's turning out to be one of our most important branches. It'll be something only getting more important with time. And we were number 3 in space at the time I did that, and now we're leading by a tremendous amount. We made some very good original initial hires. We put some people in charge that were really outstanding, and they did it right from the beginning. On July 4th of this year, I presented a veteran of the last mission to the moon, Apollo 17 astronaut Jack Schmitt, with a very special American flag that flew over the United States Capitol.
We heard from Schmitt.
On our nation's 250th birthday. Very, very special flag. And it's here today, right next to me. And
hey, true you.
Jack is here also. Where's Jack? Where's Jack?
Jack.
Number 1, where's Jack? And number 2, where's the flag?
Where's Jack?
Anybody letting me know? Jack, you look good. I know the flag looks good. Where's the
goddamn flag?
Oh, it's over there. It's hidden behind a lot of rockets. Thank you, Jack. Very good. I was wondering.
He likes saying Jack and limp.
Be introducing a flag that I can't see. It's invisible. Great job, by the way. Great guy. He's still a good-looking guy. You were always a good-looking guy. Now I think you're better with the white hair, if you want to know the truth.
Oh, my word.
You look better than you did 20 years ago. Before the end of my term, American astronauts will return to the lunar surface, and we're looking forward to that. We'll do it, and we're then going to the next step. And when we do, they'll plant this very important flag to mark the site of the first permanent American settlement on the moon. They're going to have a settlement. They're building a settlement up in the moon.
A settlement?
And we're not going to stop there, because under Administrator Isaacman, and I have to tell you, with Jared, everybody wanted him. You know that, Ted? Everybody. I got calls from you, but I got calls from Democrats. Can you believe it? I won't say anything bad about them. I'm not going to change their term or their name.
Always about division, Trump.
DEM. And they called, and they said he's fantastic.
A Democrat, can you believe it? Can you believe it?
Because when I got so many calls from Democrats, they said, is that good or bad? But I got a lot of calls from Republicans and Democrats, something that doesn't happen very often. And the people just said he's just the best. There was no competition.
Day to be an American, man.
There was actually no competition, and I made it, and these turned out to be better than we even thought possible, right? Even better.
Even better.
So we're lucky to have Jared. But NASA has already begun to work on the first ever nuclear-powered interplanetary spacecraft, which will launch in 2028 on a mission to Mars. It's coming so incredible.
Incredible.
They have to go nuclear because they have essentially unlimited fuel. You don't have to fill up the tanks every so many miles, right? It's incredible. This ship will be among the first of what will ultimately be a massive American star fleet, making space travel almost as common as ocean travel today and bringing our military to a new level of excellence. Again, so much of this has to do with our military. I don't know if I'd be as enthused about it, but what it's done to our offensive and defensive capability is incredible. So we're doing this, but we're also, when you think of space or when you think of what we're doing here, the military is a very big factor. We're at levels that nobody ever thought would ever happen. And you see how well we fight. We fight very well. We're getting so much of our information from Space Force, as an example. Makes us a much better military. You look at Venezuela, what happened there. One day, actually to be exact, it was 48 minutes. And so much of that information came from space. And all the attacks are, you look at our blockade, which is incredible.
Two old crows, I don't know.
Being helped by space, Ted.
We're getting air travel here.
So who would think? But it's so important, and that's a big component of what you're doing out here. These are ambitious goals, but as I said in my inaugural address last year, ambition is the lifeblood of a truly great nation. If you don't have ambition, you're not going to have a great nation. When Americans are determined, nothing can hold us back. In the end, American dominance in this domain is not a choice. It's an economic and national security necessity. A nation cannot be first on Earth if we're going to be second in space. Just not going to happen. Somehow it just doesn't work that way. It makes sense. I was going to say, does it make sense? Yeah, I guess it does when you think about it, right, Brian?
My God.
For this reason,
get to the awards.
In my first term, I created the 6th branch, United States Armed Forces, Space Force. And today I have another historic announcement to make. This is something that's so exciting for me, given the rapid growth of the Space Force and the commercial space industry and the expansion of our ambitions to the moon and far beyond the moon. Far beyond the moon will someday be thought of a close location, like in the old days, the subway, the first stop. The moon will be a close location. But it's clear that we will need to educate and train an entire generation of skilled service members, engineers, and civil operators, and everything else to do what we have to do. Right now, doing the best, and will continue, and I think by leaps and bounds. And that's why in a few moments I will sign an executive order to begin the process of creating a new national academy. It's called the U.S. Space Academy. That's a big deal. So you think of West Point, and you think of Annapolis, and you think of the Air Force Academy, and you think of the Coast Guard
His face.
Academy is great. They're all great. But we're going to have a Space Force. We're going to have an academy for what the people in this room love the most. That's exciting. That's really exciting. And I'm going to be choosing a location very shortly. I know where some people want it that are in this audience. Some people come down like this one guy over there. He's lobbying me. Say, leave me alone. Just leave me alone. I'm not sure he's going to get it.
What?
I don't know if he's
This is an award ceremony.
But everybody wants it because it's the hot thing. Space is the hot thing. Tell you, Ted Cruz and Brian, you guys are there working too, I have to tell you.
What is he doing?
Just leave me alone, Ted, please. The United States Space Force, as well as NASA,
why does he keep
and
skipping?
the civilian spaceflight industry, and it'll attract, train, and graduate the very best of our nation, and our nation really has to offer. And this is going to be, I said, I'll do it, but it's got to be top line. It's got to be the equivalent of the others, which are great. You know, they're among the hardest schools to get into. You know, you talk about the Ivy League schools. It's tougher to get into West Point, Annapolis, the Air Force Academy. Coast Guard, too. You know, we can't forget that. But so tough, all of them, among the hardest schools to get into, and they're great, scholars, you have great everything. You sort of have to have a lot of everything, not a little, but a lot of everything. But I said, this has to be comparable to that. You know, we don't want to do it in any other way. And it's going to be, even architecturally, it's
Incredible, incredible.
You know, we don't want to do it
Whoa.
in any other way. And it's going to be, even architecturally, it's going to be beautiful.
Look at the captions, just went crazy, dude.
It's going to be as good as it can get. Be beautiful. It's going to be the top. It's going to be as good as it can get. You know, doing a bad building doesn't cost a lot less than doing a great building. I've always said it. Doing great architecture, doing something really great that's also practical. It doesn't cost much more than doing some of the bad stuff that you see all over the place. But we're going to make this so good and so exciting. But first, we have to honor the heroes who are inspiring the next generation of astronauts and pioneers and the people behind me. These people, I looked at them coming before I came up. I said, that's a good-looking group of people. I don't like speaking with those people behind me, to be honest. They look too good. But they're great people. They're great, great people. But the Congressional Space Medal of Honor, that's exactly what it says. This is a very rare thing. It's for courageous people, brilliant people, bestowed on astronauts who have distinguished themselves with exceptional service to the nation and all of mankind. Only 30 extraordinary men and women, long period of time, too, in the history of our country have received this extremely rare and distinguished honor. Real legends like Neil Armstrong, John Glenn, Alan Shepard, and the immortal heroes of Apollo 1. Today we add 4 new names to this elite roster of fearless explorers. That's really what they are when you think of it, fearless explorers. They're very smart.
I know, I'm with you, Cindy. I got to use the ladies' room. I'll be back.
From Kennedy,
BRB.
NASA's great space center last April and flew more than 250,000 miles from Earth in, very interestingly, our 250th anniversary year. Only Jared could have thought of that, I assume. I hope that wasn't just by luck. I hope but it's pretty good. They actually went far beyond what would be the normal target, the furthest anybody's ever been in space. They crossed behind the dark side of the moon and glimpsed sights never seen before, never seen by human eyes, and returned to Earth at 30 times the speed of sound and splashed down in the Pacific Ocean, completing the flawless mission. It was absolutely flawless. Artemis 2 was led by a Navy veteran, a pilot, a father, and a great patriot, Commander Reed Wiseman. With unfailing strength and calm, Reed led the crew through every phase of the flight and their safe return to Earth. He was a great leader, respected by everybody. As many people will remember, during the mission, the crew named a previously unnamed lunar crater in loving memory of Reed's wonderful wife, who he lost to cancer. So they call it the Carroll Crater. So that's making Reed a little weepy right now, because I heard she was an incredible woman. Will never be forgotten now. She'll never be forgotten. We honor her. And truly, the memory is all about the moon. That's a great one. I wish they'd name something like that after me, Reed, but I don't know. I'll have to get the governor's approval. I like that. That's beautiful. So, Reed, we salute you. We salute your family. And we congratulate you. Thank you very much. And today we also honor a distinguished naval aviator with an outstanding record as a test pilot. He served in 24 combat missions for our country before taking on the most dangerous mission of all, Pilot Victor Glover. Victor led guidance, navigation, and control operations with perfect skill and absolute total precision. And you have to have great precision or things will not go well. And he did it with the heart and the faith that brought out the best in this incredible team. before the spacecraft passed behind the moon and lost communication. And they did. I was watching. There was absolutely none. I said, what's going on? But they lost total communication with Earth for a fairly extended period of time. Victor turned to prayer and reminded us all of God's love for all of his children. And Victor, thank you very much and congratulations. It's incredible. Great story. We also, thank you. We also recognize mission specialist Christina Cook, who before this flight had already set a world record for the longest continuous flight ever by a woman in space. On Artemis 2, Christina led major science and observation tasks, making vital contributions to future missions and the advance of human knowledge. Christina tells young people, do what scares you. It's an interesting statement. I don't know about that, Christina. But that's the attitude that you have to have. You want to do this. And that is the attitude that she has, and I think that everybody standing behind me has, frankly. The further she went, the stronger she got. She was really amazing, they say, on the trip. She was just amazing. So, Christina, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Great job.
She was just amazing. She was just amazing on the trip. She was just amazing. Oh, my God. B. Tim used to be in a lot of fights.
And finally, we honor a master of science and physics, a fighter pilot, a great one, and a beloved member of the astronaut team, mission specialist, Jeremy Hansen. On Artemis 2, Jeremy became the first non-American in history to travel beyond low Earth orbit.
Just fabulous.
He documented lunar terrain while contributing enormously to space science and physics research. And along with Christina, he helped the crew stay healthy and develop standards and best practices. Jeremy, thank you very much. Great job. Great job. So with unmatched bravery and unwavering faith, these four extraordinary astronauts renewed the legacy of the pioneers and explorers who charted the world's oceans, climbed its highest summits, and tamed the American West. Great people, great men and women, incredible. That spirit is written into the soul of our nation, and in the daring deeds of these heroes, we're reminded that for America, no aim is too high, no journey is too far, no challenge is too tough. In this country, we're limited only by the size of our aspirations and the scale of our dreams. We have the American dream, and the American dream is back. I think the American dream is back, stronger than ever before. We're doing great. This country is doing great.
Beautiful day to be an
right
American,
now.
man.
Never did anything like it. 81 stock market highs in 1.5 years. Never
God,
been anything
stop
like
it,
it,
Trump.
including they broke it again yesterday for the 81st time.
That fucking move.
$19.2 trillion is being
I'ma do my
invested in our
stuff.
country from outside countries and interests and people. And we've never seen it. That's why I call it the golden age. It's an exciting time. Tomorrow's going to be very exciting. And today, thanks to the crew of Artemis 2, those dreams are closer than ever before. And we're on the cusp of an adventure and something that's so special that people have really not imagined anything. It's really, civilization is into the stars.
People can't afford to
The
eat, Trump.
stars are up there and they're beautiful, and you're
Oh,
right
my
next to
God.
them. You have the courage to be right next to them.
The stars are up there and they're beautiful.
But you're leading the way. It's
Jesus Christ.
Great bravery. I want to thank again Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, very special people. And now I will sign the executive order creating the U.S. Space Academy, and then we will do the honors. Thank you very much, everybody. Great honor. Okay. Gotta pick a good one. Pick a good pen. That's a good one. Barrett, thank you very much.
That's a good one.
Okay.
So out of touch.
Thank you, Travis. Thank you very much. You'll take that. Take these around. We'll give them out to some of the people. We'll do that. We'll go over here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President will now present awards to the crew of Artemis II. As mission specialist on Artemis II, Jeremy Hansen demonstrated exceptionally meritorious contributions by executing spacecraft communications, navigation procedures, and pre-launch verification activities, including pressure suit regulator checks and Orion systems configuration. Throughout the lunar flyby sequence, he led and executed detailed observation protocols, capturing and documenting lunar topography, eclipse phenomena, and solar corona behavior while directing real-time scientific data collection for geology and heliophysics research. He performed manual control assessments and crew health evaluation tasks, including the orthostatic and tolerance garment test, advancing validation of systems and human factors performance essential to future lunar landing operations and long-duration deep space missions. During the mission, he was integral to the crew surpassing the Apollo 13 distance record and reaching approximately 252,760 miles from Earth, farther than any humans in history. As mission specialist on Artemis II, Christina Cook demonstrated exceptionally meritorious service by leading major science and observation tasks during the mission's 7-hour lunar flyby, capturing and documenting impact craters, lava flows, surface fractures, and eclipse phenomena that significantly expanded understanding of lunar geology and solar corona behavior. She configured and oversaw Orion's cabin for flyby operations, including sensor alignment and systems readiness, and executed target Earth-Moon imaging sequences conducted from Orion's optical windows and solar array cameras. Her execution of in-orbit procedures, including participation
And all
in the
Trump
orthostatic
says
and
is
tolerance garment test,
she was
evaluating
fantastic.
human physiological response during
Just
return to Earth's
fantastic.
gravity, produced critical data that advanced crew health standards on future deep space missions. During the mission, she was integral to the crew surpassing the Apollo 13 distance record and reaching approximately 252,760 miles from Earth, farther than any humans in history.
Easy, Trump. She's like, don't touch me.
As pilot of Artemis II, Victor J. Glover distinguished himself through exceptionally meritorious performance by commanding and executing guidance, navigation, and control operations throughout launch, translunar injection, and return phases. He led manual control evaluations during Orion's return trajectory operations, validating spacecraft control modes and confirming the spacecraft's piloting characteristics for future missions. He maintained precise control of spacecraft attitude during lunar observation periods, enabling the crew to capture essential scientific imagery and meet mission-critical documentation objectives. His professional skill was further demonstrated during trajectory correction maneuvers and during final atmospheric
It's such a presentation, isn't it?
ensuring the mission's safe completion and advancing deep space operational readiness for upcoming Artemis expeditions. During the mission,
Uh-oh, it's glitching. It's a glitching.
he was integral to the crew surpassing the Apollo 13 distance record and reaching approximately 250.
It keeps glitching out. I'm buffering. I think it's just the NASA video that's buffering. Yeah, it could be worse.
2,760.
I don't know why their feed is so bad. We've seen this 3 times. You should see this chat. They're like, what is happening? What a mess of a feed. This is the
humans in history.
What?
Under his command, the crew executed.
Whoa. This is the Associated Press. Oh, we have flying, we have air travel. They're testing here. I showed it a couple weeks ago. They're like little helicopters you get in, but you don't need a runway. And it'll take you from St. Petersburg or Tampa to Orlando.
Return trajectory correction burns, manual control evaluations, and system verification procedures.
I think they need a Starlink. It's pretty sad.
Verification procedure.
What a mess.
Do this with you 3. Mr. President. Do this with you 3. Mr. President. It means a lot.
Meanwhile, China is screwing everything up from space.
The important work that is going on here in mission control, in furthering human exploration, on the launch pad when we were getting ready to ride this magnificent rocket.
I mean, not a runway, a launching pad.
Victor Glover said, "We are going for our families." Many of you are here today. Thank you so much for supporting us. Christina Cook said, "We're going for our teammates." Mr. President, when we were backstage and we heard you mentioning some of those names of those people who sent us on this mission and brought us back safely, that was warming our hearts. Thank you for honoring those people. As Jeremy said, we're going for all humanity.
There goes the captions.
When we went around the far side of the moon, which has now been rounded up to 252,760 miles, we'll take it. Keep rounding it up. We got to talk to us, as you said, how proud you are and how proud our nation is of the job that we have just accomplished. And for us, that is what we set out to do. We wanted to inspire this nation and inspire the world. And for us, that showed us we were on the right track. So thank you for that call. We wear these 4 medals, and we are going to wear them with pride. But please know, it is not pride for ourselves that we feel, and I truly mean that. It is pride for the grit that our families had. It is pride for that team, this NASA team, that sent us on this mission, and it is pride for the international community that stood alongside us, got this vehicle ready, operated it, and cheered us on. So thank you for stood alongside us, got this vehicle ready, operated it, and cheered us on. So thank you for bestowing this honor on us. And in closing, how cool it is to be an astronaut here in Houston, and to see how cool it is to be an astronaut here in Houston, and to see our entire astronaut corps standing here supporting us. And behind me, you have the Artemis 3 crew, Randy, Luca, Frank, and Dr. Andre Douglas. And we are so excited to see where
Ronnie,
Artemis
Bobby,
3 goes,
Ricky, and Mike.
and where the rest of this office goes, thanks to Ms. leadership. Thank you all. I'm going to hand it over to our esteemed pilot, Victor Glover.
So, Mr. President, when we were in your office and you were so gracious to us, lavishing us with gifts and so much of your time, we had mentioned getting you one of these blue flight jackets. Here we have your jacket today, and you'll notice the NASA, we affectionately call this the NASA meatball. But on the sleeve, you'll see the team that we are a part of in the astronaut office. And that is the Flight Operations Directorate. There's a lot of neat symbology on that patch, and I can explain it to you, or some of the team can later. Underneath that, you have the Artemis 2 mission patch, which we told you a little bit about. And then you've got 45 and 47 patches, which represent that vision that Reed was talking about earlier. And so we are people of our words, and it is great to be able to give this to you in front of everyone. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Put it on, goofball. Here you go. Your mic's off. See ya. Oh, Lord. Here we go. He's going to do the YMCA. Dance, Trump. Come on, do it. Do it, boy. No dance? Come on. Terrible. Just terrible. I cannot. I cannot, guys. It's like a Trump rally. Dude, what do other countries think of us? We've got people from other countries in the chat right now. What do you guys think of this? This is like a one of his rallies. That's what he plays to walk in. Is proud to be an American, and then this YMCA on the way out. God bless. What? America. Trump usually died. No, all the reporters were like, okay. Listen, they're still playing it.
The President of the United States speaks with the crew of
You have the damn astronauts walking out to the YMCA. Only in America. Welcome back, DJ. How embarrassing. We think you're nuts.
On their shoulders because we
oh, now we're serious again.
Humanity.
What?
NASA has a rich history.
I cannot.
We do it for a reason.
What a mess.
It goes all the way back to Mercury, to Gemini, to Apollo, to Shuttle, STS-1. station where the two modules came together, and we put that first.
I think they could have given the astronauts a better song. Cole, I'm sorry, I'm from Canada, but I think Trump is crazy and losing his mind. We are nuts. We are totally nuts. But you know what? No matter what happens here,
It's a beautiful day to be an American, man.
it is a beautiful day to be an American. It really is. Oh, boy. Well, that was interesting. Thanks for watching that with me. That soaked up a little bit of time. Oh, Bella's gone. She gone. I really got to take her out, though. I got to get up for a few. I got to take the doggos out to go potty. Let's see what's new. We really are the bomb. Oh, today is, this is important. And you know what? No one has said anything about this. Reverend, okay, so it's the 63rd anniversary of Martin Luther King's march in Washington. This is way more important than Trump. Look. "63 years ago, peeps. This is huge, monumental stuff. But, you know, sadly, it's only on C-SPAN.
And make it harder for Americans to vote.
Bernie Sanders.
But Dr. King's dream is under threat in other ways as well. Dr. King understood that political freedom and economic freedom are inseparable.
This should get way more attention, in my opinion.
The March on Washington was not simply a march for voting rights, as enormously important as that was. It was the March on Washington for jobs and freedom. As Dr. King, a strong ally of the trade union movement, famously said, quote, "What good is having the right to sit at a lunch counter if you can't afford to buy a hamburger?" And let us never, ever forget, Dr. King was assassinated in 1968 while he was in Memphis, Tennessee,
by our government,
standing with exploited sanitation workers who were attempting to organize a union. Let us be clear. It's not only voting rights that are under assault today. That part of Dr. King's dream, the dream of genuine economic freedom, is also under unprecedented attack. Today, we have more income and wealth inequality than at any moment in American history. Today, 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck, struggling
Look at the
to
glass
afford
around them,
groceries,
guys.
healthcare, housing, education, and the very basic necessities of life. And while this economic crisis impacts all of our people, all races, creeds, and people in every corner of our country, it continues to disproportionately affect the black community. Black Americans continue to face higher rates of poverty, shorter life expectancy, lower rates of home ownership,
greater
exposure to environmental hazards, and enormous disparities in access to capital and economic opportunities. Trump's devastating cuts to health care, education, Head Start, and other programs have only made a very bad situation even worse.
Agreed.
My friends, 63 years ago, Dr. King stood at this location and inspired all Americans, people of every color, every religion, every background,
Amen.
to
He sure
stand together in the struggle for racial and economic justice. And as you all well know, the message he delivered back in 1963 is as true today as it was back then. Yes, black and white, Latino and Asian, people of all races, religions, and backgrounds must come together now in the fight for justice. We must never accept an economy in which so few have so much while so many have so little. An economy in where one man now owns more wealth than the bottom 50% of American households. Billionaires must start paying their fair share of taxes.
Amen.
We must never accept a corrupt campaign finance system which allows wealthy campaign contributors to undermine our democracy and buy elections. We must get rid of that disastrous Supreme Court decision, Citizens United. We must get super PACs out of the political process. We must move to public funding of elections. Brothers and sisters, we must never accept a system in which millions of workers continue to earn starvation wages and are denied the right to join unions. We must raise the minimum wage to a living wage at least $20 an hour. And we must pass the PRO Act, making it easier for workers to join unions.
I'd like to see more white people at this thing.
We must never accept a healthcare system designed to make huge profits for the insurance companies and the pharmaceutical industry. Healthcare is a human right. We must join every other major country on earth and guarantee health care to every man, woman, and child through a Medicare for all single-payer program. We must never accept a situation in which a handful of big tech oligarchs push their AI agenda down the throats of the American people, threatening millions of our jobs, our privacy rights, the mental health of our children, and the very future of humanity. AI and robotics must work for all of us, not just some of the richest people on earth. We must never accept a situation in which a handful of fossil fuel executives are putting the very future of the planet at stake for their own short-term profits. We must create millions of good-paying jobs by transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel and toward energy efficiency and sustainable energies. Brothers and sisters, the people who marched on Washington in 1963 understood real change does not come from the top on down, it comes from the bottom on up.
Bing bong.
It comes when ordinary people organize. It comes when black and white, Latino, Asian American, Native American, and immigrant communities stand together. The March on Washington and the movement behind it changed the course of American history. And now it is our turn. Let us go forward together. Thank you all very much.
It's a beautiful day to be an American, man.
Now
Yeah,
let me bring
like
to the
50
stage
people.
a sister beloved who has stood up on these issues. She's shown up where she was needed and spoke
I hope
out on what
MLK's
needed
kids
to be
are there.
said, whether it was at the Neely funeral in Harlem, whether it was remembering Miss Colvin, who many forgot, that was the first to be arrested for sitting in the front of a bus, as Martin said.
How old is
She
Al
was there.
Sharpton now?
And she has openly been there for all of the issues we're concerned about. May I bring to you, I know people. I was Shirley Chisholm's youth director at 17, and she had the same fire and vigor. In
Dude,
this
he's seen
young
a lot.
sister beloved of mine, Congresswoman from New York City, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Brandy wine. Good luck with
Good
that.
afternoon, everyone. How are we doing today? My name is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and I am so honored to be here today. 63 years ago, hundreds of thousands of Americans gathered right here and changed the course of our nation's history. But what made that day possible began long before anyone arrived in Washington. Before postal workers, professors, domestics, and organizers gathered here, they started to build something together at home. Before a movement changed the law, it organized to build power. And before America could realize a new vision of freedom, the people had to first imagine it and
Yeah, I don't know who
refuse
this
to
chick
let
is.
it go. That took a particular kind of prophetic genius.
Oh, he's 71.
The
Oh,
moral
he looks older.
clarity to know what we,
Wow.
the people,
He looks
deserve.
way older.
The vision to see what America can become, and the strategy to bring it all together. That prophetic genius was everywhere in the movement that built this march. Bayard Rustin, Ella Baker, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Dorothy Height, and one of my personal heroes, A. Philip Randolph. You see, A. Philip Randolph understood something radical, that black freedom, civil freedom, and all of our full freedom requires economic freedom. Because if we cannot exercise our most basic rights, a shelter to grow a family in, food to sustain our lives, and an education with which to flourish, then it is no freedom at all. It is tyranny. Randolph taught that racial injustice wasn't only enforced through civil segregation. It was enforced through an economy that depended on black labor while denying black workers their fair share.
I was just going to say that.
Organized
Aren't
the
they all?
Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters against one of the most powerful corporations in the United States. And by 1963, Randolph and so
Wait,
many others.
Hold on. Hypnotized. Sorry, but I don't associate myself with a socialist. Have a nice day. What? A, I don't think I've ever seen you before. B, who's a socialist? But yeah, I'm good with hearing her. I would rather watch the actual MLK I Have a Dream speech. I'm going to play that. Miss Socialist that I am. Look at that. Quite a difference from today, huh?
I have the pleasure to present to you Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr.
happy to join with you today in what will go down in history as the greatest demonstration for freedom in the history of our nation. Five score years ago, a great American in whose symbolic shadow we stand today signed the Emancipation Proclamation. This momentous decree came as a great beacon light of hope to millions of Negro slaves who had been seared in the flames of withering injustice. It came as a joyous daybreak to end the long night of their captivity. But 100 years later, the Negro still is not free. 100 years later, the life of the Negro is still sadly crippled by the manacles of segregation and the chains of discrimination. 100 years later.
And here we are, 63 years later. How much progress have we made? I don't know, but it was really sad seeing all those steps empty today. Really sad. This is important. It's very important to me. So thank you for sticking around and watching.
The Negro lives on a lonely island of poverty in the midst of a vast ocean of material prosperity. 100 years later, the Negro is still languished in the corners of American society and finds himself in exile in his own land. And so we've come here today to dramatize a shameful condition. In a sense, we've come to our nation's capital to cash a check. When the architects of our republic wrote the magnificent words of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, they were signing a promissory note to which every American was to fall heir. This note was a promise that all men, yes, black men as well as white men, would be guaranteed the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is obvious today that America has defaulted on this promissory note insofar as her citizens of color are concerned. Instead of honoring this sacred obligation, America has given the Negro people a bad check, a check which has come back marked insufficient funds. But we refuse to believe that the Bank of Justice is bankrupt. We refuse to believe that there are insufficient funds in the great vaults of opportunity of this nation. And so we've come to cash this check, a check that will give us upon demand the riches of freedom and the security of justice. We have also come to this hallowed spot to remind America of the fierce urgency of now. This is no time to engage in the luxury of cooling off or to take the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. Now is the time to make real the promises of democracy. Now is the time to rise from the dark and desolate valley of segregation to the sunlit path of racial justice. Now is the time to lift our nation from the quicksands of racial injustice to the solid rock of brotherhood. Now is the time to make justice a reality for all of God's children. It would be fatal for the nation to overlook the urgency of the moment. This sweltering summit of the Negro's legitimate discontent will not pass until that is an invigorating autumn of freedom and equality. 1963 is not an end, but a beginning. Those who hope that the Negro needed to blow off steam and will now be content will have a rude awakening if the nation returns to business as usual.
Tell them.
There will be neither rest nor tranquility in America until the Negro is granted his citizenship rights. The whirlwinds of revolt will continue to shake the foundations of our nation until the bright day of justice emerges. But that is something that I must say to my people who stand on the warm threshold which leads into the palace of justice. In the process of gaining our rightful place, we must not be guilty of wrongful deeds. Let us not seek to satisfy our thirst for freedom by drinking from the cup of bitterness and hatred.
Oh my God, I love this guy's hat. Love that. That is. Oh, he's got a sign on his hat. God, it's so sad, man.
We must forever conduct our struggle on the high plane of dignity and discipline. We must not allow our creative protests to degenerate into physical violence. Again and again, we must rise to the majestic heights of meeting physical force with soul force. The marvelous new militancy which has engulfed the Negro community must not lead us to a distrust of all white people. For many of our white brothers, as evidenced by their presence here today, have come to realize that their destiny is tied up with our destiny. And they have come to realize that their freedom is inextricably bound to our freedom. We cannot walk alone. And as we walk, we must make the pledge that we shall always march ahead. We cannot turn back. There are those who are asking the devotees of civil rights, when will you be satisfied? We can never be satisfied as long as the Negro is the victim of the unspeakable horrors of police brutality. We can never be satisfied as long as our bodies, heavy with the fatigue of travel, cannot gain lodging in the motels of the highways and the hotels of the cities. We cannot be satisfied as long as the Negro's basic mobility is from a smaller ghetto to a larger one. We can never be satisfied as long as our children are stripped of their selfhood and robbed of their dignity by signs stating for whites only. We cannot be satisfied as long as a Negro in Mississippi cannot vote and a Negro in New York believes he has nothing for which to vote. No, we are not satisfied, and we will not be satisfied until justice rolls down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. I am not unmindful that some of you have come here out of great trials and tribulations. Some of you have come fresh from narrow jail cells. Some of you have come from areas where your quest for freedom left you battered by the storms of persecution and staggered by the winds of police brutality. You have been the veterans of creative suffering. Continue to work with the faith that unearned suffering is redemptive. Go back to Mississippi. Go back to Alabama. Go back to South Carolina. Go back to Georgia. Go back to Louisiana. Go back to the slums and ghettos of our northern cities, knowing that somehow this situation can and will be changed. Let us not wallow in the valley of despair. I say to you today, my friends, so even though we face the difficulties of today and tomorrow, I still have a dream. It is a dream deeply rooted in the American dream. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia, the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners will be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood. I have a dream that one day, even the state of Mississippi, a state sweltering with the heat of injustice, sweltering with the heat of oppression, will be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice. I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today I have a dream that one day down in Alabama, with its vicious racists, with its governor having his lips dripping with the words of interposition and nullification, one day right there in Alabama, little black boys and black girls will be able to join hands with little white boys and white girls as sisters and brothers. I have a dream today I have a dream that one day every valley shall be exalted, and every hill and mountain shall be made low, the rough places will be made plain, and the crooked places will be made straight, and the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. This is our hope. This is a faith that I go back to the South with. With this faith, we will be able to hew out of the mountain of despair a stone of hope. With this faith, we will be able to transform the jangling discords of our nation into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. With this faith, we will be able to work together, to pray together, to struggle together, to go to jail together, to stand up for freedom together, knowing that we will be free one day. And this will be the day. This will be the day when all of God's children will be able to sing with new meaning, "My country, tears of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride. From every mountainside, let freedom ring. And if America is to be a great nation, this must become true. And so let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghanies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous slopes of California. But not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain of Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and molehill of Mississippi, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring. And when this happens, and when we allow freedom ring, when we let it ring from every village and every hamlet, from every state and every city, we will be able to speed up that day when all of God's children, black men and white men, Jews and Gentiles, Protestants and Catholics, will be able to join hands and sing in the words of the old Negro spiritual, "Free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last."
Wow. Bye, Pop Life. You really know how to be a Debbie motherfucking Downer, you know that? I have never seen such a Debbie Downer than Pop Life. Can't even appreciate a piece of history without arguing. Pitiful. Pitiful. You're part of the problem, in my opinion. I mean, you can't even take one speech that is meant to bring everyone together and not be a dick about it. I don't think I've ever listened to the whole thing either, Penny, to be honest with you. They should be playing this in every school today. Teaching children. It's people that don't know about the real history of our country that have views like that, in my opinion. All of us American children should have seen this at least once in school. I don't think I ever did. That's a shame. It's even more of a shame when you hear about what the FBI did to Martin Luther King. Hey, Shampoo. Hey, Miss Gloria. Good to see you. Thank you for the gifts, Mary J. Amen, Jonathan. Me too, Sparky. You did in school? See, I didn't. We didn't even have Martin Luther King Day off in school. When I went to Romeo High School in Michigan, when I was in school, I know now they have the day off, but I remember it was optional. Like the black kids could come to school or they didn't have to come to school. And I always thought that was weird, but I didn't understand things like I do now. That's awesome that your grandparents made you watch it. Yeah, I don't recall. I mean, maybe they did play it in school, but maybe it doesn't hit like it does when you're an adult and you've had life experience. And I think that it's important for teachers to take this and break it down in a way that's interesting to kids. You know, I mean, you just play the speech and go, hey, it's, you know, the anniversary 3 years ago. Kids are like, 63 years ago. But you can make it where it correlates with today, you know? Vogue, I learned nothing. Yes. We did that. We talked about this years ago on my channel. We talked about the FBI, Hoover, and MLK. We've done, Potato and I did a podcast on it. But yeah, the feeling that I was raised and walked away with, not by my parents, but going through public school where I did, I came out of school thinking he was a troublemaker. And that's what, I can't say I was told that, but that was the perception that I had, that he was a troublemaker in history. And it couldn't be further from the truth. And I was so mad when I researched and found out the truth myself. So it's very important to me. Right. It wouldn't, right. It's old and it's not, you know, it's not something they want to sit down and watch. Of course not. I just think when you have teachers that are paid enough money, they might take the time to break things down like that and teach better. I don't know. Anyways, we're 8 hours of deliberation now. And 46% of you think that we're going to have a verdict today. Oh, our president with the YMCA? Yeah, compared to that. What a joke. Sure, Jonathan, what's up? Bridget, she was saying what she learned, and I learned the same thing. It was wrong. We're saying it was wrong. Wow, Mary, that's crazy. Ange Carter, yes, we were. Yeah, don't be ultra sensitive. We're not doing that. We can't do that. But yeah, a couple years ago, Potato and I put together a few episodes. You guys want to listen to one of them? Doesn't freedom feel like we are not? Oh, you retracted it. We have actually, we have a website or a YouTube. It's called Given the Fallout Podcast. And this episode we did 2 years ago. We put a lot of work into this. This one was episode 1. We didn't get very far because Potato's a busy woman. She's a gymnastics coach and she does competitions and all that stuff. But we put together an audio only episode, and this one is called J. Edgar Hoover, head of the FBI, civil rights scandals and downright rottenism. Yeah, this is only 30 minutes. This will give me a chance to get up, stretch my legs, and then I'll reconvene with you guys in 30.
Welcome, history buffs and conspiracy sleuths, to a journey through the hidden corridors of the past. You've just tuned in to Given the Fallout podcast.
For the United States government to solve the...
With your hosts, Jay and D.
He's terrible. She's a terrible old bag. Oh, she's an old bitch in my estimation.
Given the Fallout is your passport to the past, where reality often blurs with myth.
Given the Fallout.
Given the Fallout.
J. Edgar Hoover was born on January 1st, 1895, in Washington, D.C. He came from a middle-class family and showed an early interest in law enforcement. His father, Dickerson Hoover, died in 1921 when J. Edgar was just 26 years old. This loss had a significant impact on Hoover and his family. After his father's death, Hoover became very close to his mother, Annie Marie Sheitlin Hoover. The loss of his father and his close relationship with his mother influenced his upbringing and his career path, leading him to a lifetime of public service. Annie played a significant role in his life, and they maintained a strong mother-son bond throughout his adulthood. His mother was the only person who had permission to access his personal diary. Annie Hoover was a dedicated mother who supported her son's education and career aspirations. She encouraged his pursuit of law enforcement and public service. Hoover lived with his mother until her death in 1938, when Hoover was 43 years old. Hoover attended George Washington University, where he studied law and worked part-time at the Library of Congress. During his time there, Hoover worked as a messenger and a clerk. His duties involved tasks such as delivering documents, arranging books, and helping with administrative work. This experience allowed him to develop organizational skills and gain exposure to the workings of a large institution, which likely contributed to his later career in law enforcement and administration. He literally worked his way from the bottom up and took everything he could from each position to better his skills. In 1917, at the age of 22, Hoover joined the Department of Justice, beginning his career as a clerk and then quickly moving up the ranks. He initially worked in various divisions, including the War Emergency Division and the Alien Enemy Bureau, where he focused on issues related to national security and wartime activities during World War I. Hoover's career took a significant turn when he was appointed as Special Assistant to the Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer in 1918, and the following year was made head of the General Intelligence Division, the GID, of the United States Department of Justice. He was in charge of the GID's operations, which focused on monitoring and investigating various radical and subversive groups in the aftermath of World War I. He played a significant role in the Department of Justice's efforts to combat perceived radical threats, particularly during the First Red Scare. The First Red Scare was a period of intense anti-communist hysteria and fear in the United States that occurred after World War I, roughly from 1917 to 1920. There were several key factors that contributed to the First Red Scare. The Russian Revolution. The Bolshevik Revolution in 1917, which led to the establishment of a communist government, sent shockwaves around the world. Many Americans feared that similar revolutions could happen in the United States. There was labor unrest, anti-immigration sentiment, particularly directed at immigrants from Eastern and Southern Europe, who were associated with radical political ideologies. There was anti-communist propaganda and fear-mongering in newspapers and from political figures, leading to an overall atmosphere of paranoia. And there were the Palmer raids. Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer, with the assistance of J. Edgar Hoover, conducted a series of raids and arrests aimed at suspected radicals and anarchists. These raids were known as the Palmer Raids and were marked by civil liberties violations. So what triggered these raids? On June 2nd, 1919, there were a series of bombings, including one at the home of Palmer in Washington, D.C. Palmer responded by launching a series of raids aimed at apprehending suspected anarchists and communists. He believed that these groups were plotting to overthrow the US government. Between late 1919 and early 1920, the Palmer raids involved the arrest and detention of thousands of individuals, many of whom were immigrants from Eastern and Southern Europe. These raids were often conducted without search warrants or proper legal procedures. Particularly non-citizens who were deemed undesirable or subversive. The most famous case is the deportation of Emma Goldman. She was a Russian-born anarchist, a political activist, and writer, and she played a pivotal role in the development of anarchist political philosophy in North America and Europe at the time. And Alexander Berkman. He was a Russian-American anarchist and author, who were prominent anarchists. The Palmer raids were highly controversial and criticized for their violation of civil liberties. Many believed they were excessive and indiscriminate, leading to the arrest of innocent people. The Red Scare gradually subsided, in part due to the lack of concrete evidence and a widespread conspiracy. Additionally, the public began to view the raids as government overreach and abuse of power. In the end, the Palmer raids failed to uncover a widespread communist conspiracy, and they are often seen as a dark chapter in American history that highlighted the tension between national security concerns and civil liberties during times of perceived crisis. Hoover continued to be involved in anti-radical activities, which included monitoring and investigating individuals and groups believed to be a threat to national security due to their political ideologies. Hoover's dedication and effectiveness in these roles led to his rise within the Justice Department. He gained a reputation for his anti-radical efforts and commitment to national security. In 1924, when the Bureau of Investigation was reorganized and renamed the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Attorney General Harlan F. Stone appointed J. Edgar Hoover as the acting director. Later that year, he was officially named the director of the FBI. He was only 29 years old. The primary focus of the FBI in its early years was on criminal investigations. The agency investigated a wide range of federal crimes, including bank robberies, kidnappings, interstate crimes, and crimes involving multiple states. Under Hoover's leadership, the FBI expanded its activities and investigative methods. He focused on modernizing law enforcement, utilizing scientific methods for crime detection, and establishing the FBI as a national law enforcement agency. His vision was to lead all law enforcement into an era of professionalism. He immediately recruited a group of neatly dressed, college-educated agents. These well-educated federal agents went head-to-head in the 30s with bank robber gangs who were using vehicles and machine guns with deadly effect. Hoover's agents, who weren't very streetwise, lost initial encounters with prominent figures at the time, Pretty Boy Floyd, the Dillinger Gang, and Babyface Nelson. Hoover decided his agency had to adapt to overcome. He waived the college education requirement in some cases. He aimed for recruitment of local law enforcement officers with a history of manhunting and winning gunfights, and it worked. Hoover and the FBI were instrumental in pursuing and capturing high-profile criminals. These pursuits and captures were often highly publicized, and contributed to the FBI's growing reputation as a federal law enforcement agency capable of taking on organized crime and violent criminals. Hoover single-handedly controlled every aspect of the FBI. He also controlled public perception of the FBI via the media. Hoover was a PR master and knew that if anyone was going to hand over their crime tips, they needed to be able to trust the FBI was the most upstanding and reliable force. Hollywood and the media could not reference the FBI or its agents without passing their portrayal by Hoover. So much so that in 1954, Congress made it illegal for anyone to depict the FBI for commercial purposes without the approval of the director of the FBI, Hoover. During the 1930s and 40s, the FBI intensified its focus on surveillance of suspected subversive groups, communists, and anarchists. This was exacerbated during World War II when the FBI expanded its surveillance efforts to counter espionage and sabotage threats, including monitoring suspected Nazi sympathizers and Japanese spies. Following World War II was the Second Red Scare, a period of intense anti-communist hysteria and fear in the late 40s and 50s. Senator Joseph McCarthy played a prominent role in fueling the Red Scare with his sensational claims of communist infiltration in the US government. He famously waived a list of alleged communists working in the State Department. The FBI provided information and investigations into alleged communist infiltration in the US government. Overlapping the Red Scare from the late 1940s through the 50s and into the 60s was the Lavender Scare. It focused on the fear and persecution of LGBTQ+ individuals, particularly those working in government positions. While J. Edgar Hoover was not the sole figure associated with the Lavender Scare, his FBI played a significant role in identifying and purging LGBTQ+ employees from government jobs. So what was the fear around LGBTQ+? The perception that LGBTQ+ individuals were susceptible to communism during the Red Scare and Lavender Scare eras was rooted in several misguided stereotypes, misconceptions, and prejudices. These perceptions were not based on actual evidence, but were driven by fear, prejudice, and political agendas. There was social stigma to being gay. Being openly LGBTQ+ was taboo, and many people lived in the shadows due to societal discrimination, which made them vulnerable to accusations and blackmail, which could be exploited by those looking to identify alleged security risks. Some officials believed that they could be easily blackmailed by foreign agents or communist sympathizers. The idea was that if someone's sexual orientation was hidden or considered shameful at the time, they might be more likely to cooperate with foreign entities and protect their secrets. LGBTQ+ communities often existed as hidden or underground subcultures, which made them appear mysterious or potentially rebellious to those who did not understand or accept them. This contributed to the belief that they might be involved in activities perceived as un-American. There are also the perception of deviance. Homosexuality was viewed as a form of deviance or moral corruption. This perception led some to believe that LGBTQ+ individuals were more likely to engage in subversive or anti-establishment activities, including communism. The government's aggressive pursuit of communist sympathizers led to guilt by association. They themselves could come under scrutiny, leading to a broader perception of LGBTQ+ individuals as potential threats. The Lavender Scare resulted in the firing of many LGBTQ government employees and created a hostile environment that forced many others to conceal their sexual orientation. It also affected heterosexual individuals who were single, those living alone who were assumed to be hiding their sexuality. It had a bigger impact on people than the Red Scare, but is less known. One such person who was discharged from the Air Force in 1955 was Helen James. Helen James enlisted in 1952 and had an excellent service record. She was promoted to Airman Second Class. But when she was stationed at Roslyn Air Force Base on Long Island, New York, she came under scrutiny by the Office of Special Investigation. One night in 1955, she was sat with a friend in a car eating sandwiches when an officer shone his torchlight into her eyes and took her into custody. She was interrogated for hours. Investigators told Helen that if she didn't sign a statement they put in front of her, they would tell her family she was gay. She signed, and she was discharged as undesirable. Serving personnel were ordered to inform those they served that if they suspected a fellow service member to be gay, they should inform them. It's estimated around 2,000 to 5,000 people who may have been gay were dismissed from the military during that time. Like Helen, they received no severance pay or veterans' health care coverage. She fought for 30 years to have her discharge upgraded, to be recognized as a full serving person in the military, to have her achievements recognized. And in 2018, at the age of 90, she finally had her upgrade to honorable discharge. There have been various speculations and rumors about J. Edgar Hoover's personal life and the nature of his relationships. Over the years, several individuals have been suggested as potential romantic interests or companions, but it's important to note that these claims lack substantial evidence and often rely on anecdotal accounts and hearsay. Some of the individuals whom people have speculated Hoover may have had a relationship with include Clyde Tolson. Clyde Tolson was Hoover's close associate and the associate director of the FBI. Their close friendship and subsequent social interactions led to persistent rumors about their relationship. While there has been speculation about a romantic connection, the exact nature of their relationship remains a subject of debate. Hoover and Tolson had a close and enduring friendship that lasted for decades. They worked closely together at the FBI, often spending long hours together at the office, traveling together, and even vacationing together. They were frequently seen together in social settings such as dinners and events, often without their respective families. Their closeness in public raised eyebrows and led to speculation. Hoover and Tolson lived near each other in Washington, D.C., and shared adjoining hotel rooms when they traveled, even though they could have afforded separate accommodations. Some have interpreted this as a sign of a deeper relationship. Some personal letters between Hoover and Tolson contain affectionate language and expressions of deep devotion. These letters have fueled speculation about the nature of their bond. Neither Hoover or Tolson were ever married, which was relatively uncommon for men of their era. Their single status added to the intrigue. While the FBI was deeply involved in counterintelligence and anti-communist efforts, it also played a role in monitoring and investigating civil rights activists and organizations, which leads us into a pivotal point in history, the 1960s.
All right, folks. Today we're diving into a slice of American history that's juicier than your grandma's apple pie. J. Edgar Hoover and the civil rights scandals of the 60s. Hoover wasn't just any FBI director. He was like the godfather of law enforcement, running the show for nearly 50 years. Turns out, he had some skeletons in his closet. Let's unpack this story, shall we?
The Hoover Show.
Hoover was like the rock star of the FBI. He had the looks, well, kind of. the suits, and the power. But when the civil rights movement heated up in the 60s, things got messy. Hoover saw it as a threat to good old American order.
COINTELPRO, the secretive scheme.
The FBI had this super secret program called COINTELPRO, Counterintelligence Program. It started in the late 50s, and it wasn't about intelligence in the way you might think. Instead, it was about infiltrating, messing up, and even destroying political groups that the government saw as troublemakers. At first, it was all about the communists, but then they set their sights on civil rights activists. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., an iconic leader in the civil rights movement, was a prime target of COINTELPRO's covert activities. The FBI spared no effort in its surveillance of Dr. King, wiretapping his phones, placing bugs in his hotel rooms, and scrutinizing his every move. Agents compiled extensive files filled with personal and potentially damaging information in an attempt to discredit him. Beyond surveillance, the FBI launched psychological warfare campaigns against Dr. King. Anonymous letters were sent, threatening to expose extramarital affairs and encouraging him to take his own life. The infamous suicide letter stands as a haunting example of the psychological torment inflicted on this civil rights icon. Fred Hampton, a charismatic leader of the Black Panther Party's Illinois chapter, was another victim of the FBI's COINTELPRO. The Black Panthers, with their calls for self-defense and social reform, were perceived as a significant threat by the FBI.
Dr. King, the thorn in Hoover's side.
Martin Luther King Jr., a smooth-talking preacher with a dream, became Hoover's arch-nemesis. King was all about peaceful protests and equality, but Hoover thought he was stirring up trouble. So what did Hoover do? He wiretapped King's phones and dug for dirt. That's right, the FBI, the ones supposed to protect us, were spying on a national hero.
The Reverend Martin Luther King is on Bimini writing his Nobel Peace Prize acceptance speech. From his island vacation retreat, King sent FBI Director Hoover a cable suggesting a personal get-together. King responded to Hoover's charge that the civil rights leader was the most notorious liar in the country.
Well, naturally, I was shocked and greatly surprised that Mr. Hoover would make such an unwarranted and vicious accusation. I don't think Mr. Hoover would have made such a statement if he had not been under a great deal of pressure. Probably he is beginning to falter under the awesome responsibilities, complexities, and burdens of his very difficult position, and for this reason, I would not like to get in a public debate with him. I've not done it in the past. My criticisms have always been of the FBI in general.
Do you believe the FBI is doing all it can to resolve civil rights complaints?
Well, I don't know all of the inner workings of the FBI. I do know that in cases that do not involve Negroes and civil rights, the FBI moves with dispatch. It has the machinery, the know-how to find bombings, for instance, of airplanes where you have the wreckage spread over 2 or 3 states. And the fact remains that in spite of all of the brutalities that we faced in Albany, Georgia, not a single arrest was made. In spite of the fact that 4 unoffending innocent Negro girls were brutally murdered in a church in Birmingham, Alabama, not a single arrest has been made. And in spite of the fact that civil rights workers were killed this summer in Mississippi, we haven't seen a single arrest.
The FBI sent anonymous letters to Martin Luther King Jr., often containing derogatory and threatening language. These letters were intended to intimidate and undermine his resolve.
And you know, there are some Negroes who are ashamed of themselves. But don't be ashamed of your color. Don't be ashamed of your biological features. Somehow you must be able to say in your own lives and really believe it, I am black but beautiful.
And here is an example of one of those letters. King, in view of your low-grade, abnormal, personal behavior, I will not dignify your name with either a Mr. or a Reverend or a Doctor. And your last name calls to mind only the type of king, such as King Henry VIII and his countless acts of adultery and immoral conduct lower than that of a beast. King, look into your heart. You know you are a complete fraud and a great liability to all of us Negroes. White people in this country have had enough frauds of their own, but I am sure they don't have one at this time that is anywhere near your equal. You are no clergyman, and you know it. I repeat, you are a colossal fraud, and an evil, vicious one at that. You could not believe in God and act as you do. Clearly, you don't believe in any personal moral principles. King, like all frauds, your end is approaching. You could have been our greatest leader. You, even at an early age, have turned out to not be a leader, but a dissolute, abnormal, moral imbecile. We will now have to depend on our older leaders, like Wilkins, a man of character, and thank God we have others like him. But you are done. Your honorary degrees, your Nobel Prize, what a grim farce. And other awards will not save you. King, I repeat, you are done. No person can overcome facts, not even a fraud like yourself. Lend your sexually psychotic ear to the enclosure. You will find yourself in all your dirt, filth, evil, and moronic talk exposed on the record for all time. I repeat, no person can argue successfully against facts. You are finished. You will find on the record for all time your filthy, dirty, evil companions, male and females, giving expression with you to your hideous abnormalities. And some of them to pretend to be ministers of the gospel. Satan could not do more. What incredible evilness. It is all there on the record, your sexual orgies. Listen to yourself, you filthy abnormal animal. You are on the record. You've been on the record. All your adulterous acts, your sexual orgies extending far into the past. This one is but a tiny sample. You will understand this. Yes, from your various evil playmates on the East Coast to blank, and others on the West Coast. And outside the country, you are on the record. King, you are done. The American public, the church organizations that have been helping, Protestant, Catholic, and Jews, will know you for what you are, an evil, abnormal beast. So will others who have backed you. You are done. King, there is only one thing left for you to do. You know what it is. You have just 34 days in which to do. This exact number has been selected for a specific reason. It has definite, practical significance. You are done. There is but one way out for you. You better take it before your filthy, abnormal, fraudulent self is bared to the nation. Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination took place at the Lorraine Motel in Memphis. King, who was in the city to support striking sanitation workers, was standing on the motel's second-floor balcony when he was shot. The assassin, James Earl Ray, fired a single shot from a nearby rooming house. The bullet struck King in the lower jaw and traveled through his neck, severing his spinal cord. Despite immediate efforts to save his life, Dr. King was pronounced dead at St. Joseph's Hospital.
We heard what sounded just like a firecracker, a loud, real loud shot.
I said, Dr. King. That was it. And the bullet exploded in his face.
And he had fallen backwards. And I heard somebody holler, "Oh, Lord."
The bullet knocked him up off of his feet in that direction against that ledger over there.
Did Dr. King say anything?
He didn't say anything. He didn't say anything at all.
It's a hectic scene tonight. The bullet struck Dr. King in the back of the neck. He was rushed to St. Joseph Hospital in critical condition.
Dr. Martin Luther King was received in the emergency room at St. Joseph Hospital at approximately 6:15 p.m.
Well, I just was told that he had been shot. The report I got was in the shoulder. It was serious. That was the report I got from Reverend Andrew Young.
He is in the emergency room and he is in critical condition.
And there was 20 or 30 doctors, and they tried external heart massage, and his respiration muscles were paralyzed and everything else was paralyzed, and he would have lost all his sensations. He still didn't have any blood.
You understand, really a massive wound.
I've never seen a wound like this.
James Earl Ray, the man responsible for the assassination, went on the run immediately after the shooting. A massive manhunt was launched to capture him. Ray was eventually arrested 2 months later in London, England, and was extradited to the United States to face trial. In a surprising turn of events, he pled guilty to the murder of Martin Luther King Jr. on March 10, 1969, and was sentenced to 99 years in prison. The FBI, America's top law enforcement agency, played a significant role in the investigation following King's assassination. Their involvement included assisting local law enforcement in the manhunt for James Earl Ray and providing forensic analysis of the murder weapon. However, it's the FBI's actions prior to the assassination that have raised the most controversy. During the Civil Rights Movement, the FBI, under the leadership of J. Edgar Hoover, conducted extensive surveillance on Martin Luther King Jr. and his associates. They wiretapped King's phone lines, monitored his movements, and even sought to discredit him by gathering information about his personal life, including alleged extramarital affairs. Anonymous letters were sent to King and his wife, Coretta Scott King, in an attempt to disrupt their marriage and reputation. These actions were part of a broader government effort to suppress civil rights activism during the 60s. Hoover viewed King's civil rights movement as radical and potentially threatening to the status quo. The controversies surrounding the FBI's involvement in MLK's life and the events leading up to his assassination have led to numerous conspiracy theories. Some have alleged that the FBI may have had a role in the assassination itself, or at the very least, failed to prevent it due to their surveillance of King. Official investigations have not found concrete evidence to support these claims, but they persist as part of the historical debate. In conclusion, Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination was a tragic moment in American history, marking the end of a remarkable civil rights leader's life. While James Earl Ray was convicted of the murder, and the FBI's role in the assassination remains a topic of controversy, it is essential to remember Martin Luther King Jr.'s legacy of promoting civil rights and social justice, which continues to inspire generations of activists to this day. Okay, that is the end of our little history lesson today. That is the end. As we creep up to hour number 9, and the longer this goes on, the more worried people are going to get about a hung jury. Let's see what the experts are saying, if you will. You're very welcome. I hope you guys enjoyed it. We've got others on there too. We have, I don't know.
Hoover.
a Halloween one about witches or the history of Halloween. Not about witches. It's the history of Halloween. But, oh, Defend the Vote March. We got some live feed here. I'll mute it. But yeah, they're still live there. There's more people than we saw, guys. There's a lot of people there. Yeah, I can play that on Halloween. It's interesting. Thanks. I think we're almost to 1,000 subs over there. Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of people there. I think 9, Tempest. Well, you learned something, Mary J. Blige. That's amazing. I'm so tired, you guys. Oh my God. I actually think I'm going to leave and I'm going to turn this off and I'm going to get up for a while. I hate to leave you guys alone, but it feels weird, but I got to get up. I got to go like lay on the couch or something. I'm so tired. I'm just going to lay down for like 30. I'll be back. I don't want to leave something playing because if they do come back, then there won't be anything else playing. You know what I'm saying? Like if I miss it for whatever reason, it'll automatically play. So I will be here. This will be live. So I'll see you guys in a little bit. Little bitsies.
Court's now in session. May be seated.
Your Honor, before the court, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, counsel, it's my intent at this point to bring the jury in and then excuse them till Monday morning. Okay?
Can we have the jury, please?
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, present before the court are 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All other parties are present.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. What I'm going to do, it's been a long day for everybody, so I'm going to excuse everyone until Monday morning, 9 o'clock, where to resume deliberations. You know what I'm going to tell you now, all right? And it applies to everybody here. You have to be vigilant to follow those instructions. Don't talk about this case. Don't talk about the deliberations. Don't listen to anything. Don't read anything. And just put this out of your mind as best you can. And we'll see everybody on Monday morning. Okay? Thank you.
Court, all rise. Jurors, dismissed.
Court's back in session. Please be seated.
All right. Anything we need to address at this time? All right. So we'll be in recess on this matter till Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Court, all rise, please. Court stands in recess.
Hello, hello. I didn't want to scare anyone. I did. I fell asleep. Are they done? Because it looks like on court TV, the clock is still going. They're done? Penny. Oh, I see those quotes. So much for 30 minutes. Oh, Penny. They're going home till Monday? Oh, thank God. Okay, I'm out of here. When will the verdict come back? Today, 44%. You were wrong. Monday, 30. Longer, 15. Tuesday, 11. Okay, we'll pick the clock back up. Let me pause. Pause. I will see you guys 8 o'clock tonight on Kick. We're doing the Netflix, the Micah Miller. You guys have a great weekend. If I don't see you before then, I will see you back here on Monday. Have a great weekend. 10-12. Got it. I got it, Hexy. All right. Good night, guys. Penny, I'm going to get you. Good night. Or bye. Sorry.